with about 20 seconds left, so it's gonna be 20 plus the Rainmaker time that's pretty much gonna be left here. I think they're only gonna have enough time for one more push with the splash going down. That is gonna help their cause. Now I gotta see if this double roller is gonna be set up in play to help enable everybody else and get shut down. And that is the Dynamo going down there, if any. But the Rainmaker is down. I think the scope found them big time, and we kick off this set very well with Valhalla winning the first map here in the set.
Yes, that was a very, very good breakthrough of the checkpoint on the right side. Seeing that there must have been a call out in voice chat saying that there's 2 members on the left, and they knew that 2 were gone, and yet the right side was all free. Unfortunately, again, it was that bubbler plus that combo. It could have been so much more. Luckily, they were able to stay alive in mid. Toba was able to find those shots down. And I need to figure it out. I need to figure out how many kills Toba got on that game, because Toba absolutely was the only reason why that game went in favor of Valhalla.
I mean, Toba was just going off on that scope there. Just key finds on that ancient, the ballpoint just getting shut down each and every go around there, and just able to find members from distance. And you called it out too there. There might have been a few calls in their VC respectively where they're like, okay, the right checkpoint is just freed up. We should be able to get that checkpoint, no problem. And with the way the member situation was on the side of Ink there, this was going to be an easy lead change there for Valhalla. They just need to keep the pressure up, and maybe, and again, they could have got, this could have been a lot more there. We harken back to the 2 specials we called there, the bubbler and the back, but either way, Inked was not able to flip lead in their direction. So now we go on to the second map here. Once again, for those tuning in, it's a best of 3, so Valhalla winning this one will win out this set. I'm going to be curious to see how Inked adjusts in this Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz map.
Yeah, and I gotta say, welcome to everyone who came from the Pro Chara raid. We love Pro Chara here at IPL.
Yeah.
And all of the tournament streams, actually. So welcome in, and don't worry, if you came with the raid, you haven't missed any action. So just one game has happened so far in the tournament. But I've got to see, Kian, if this double roller comp comes out again, it's going to be difficult against double spotling. Double roller versus double spotling. Spotlings feast. They absolutely feast on rollers. Luckily, there is going to be a little bit of a change up for the side of Valhalla. Not for them, actually. It's more or less the blaster change. So we're going to see a little bit less paint control. So hopefully this will go in favor of Inked with this change up, but I thought their other comp worked pretty well.
It's actually Inked that actually made the changes, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, they are actually dishing out the Sniper and the Blaster there as well. The Blaster actually a very fascinating pick. But I definitely get this choice with the way Barnacle and Dime kind of just shapes out in terms of its map design. So I like to see how this plays out here. And actually on the side of Valhalla, they actually are going to be sticking double roller set up there. The roller was lurking large, but they are actually able to get the trade very nicely there. So it's just going to be that 1-for-1 trade. But look at all the clans. It's going to be an advantage Ain't so far with these clans. As soon as they say that the Nautilus did go down on top of it, can Flutes get any value with this? Tries to, but not quite yet. Both teams just went looking for the opportunity to strike big. Batson's just trying to set up. She's able to try to build space, but it looks like this brawl is going to end with Flutes catching on this first power clan. But will there be any follow-up so far? It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a slow development, but I don't think they're going to try to push this one up too far. One and done push right away for Inked.
Yeah, I do know that Bastion is a blaster player, so that's not an unfamiliar pick to see for a blaster main to want to pick up their main weapon. It is going to be difficult to use if you're not careful. There's going to be a beautiful back use by Toba to save the Dynamo. My goodness, good team coordination.
Great team coordination overall, taking out 3 there, putting this push, putting another possible push from being set up, and now you get to see it, Valhalla once again setting up. With that win, now they are setting up for paint close to Inked's base here. Like to see, and Toby already got the Ab Power Clan available if they at that point they're looking to just toss it back there. Now again, both teams are just back to trading blows right near base. That's a nice little roller find there. Can well find any more? Yes, it's going to be 2 down, but they also lost 2 of their own, so we're going to be back into this neutral state here. 3 minutes left to go here. Genie, it's just that one and done push so far.
Yeah. One and done, it's definitely going to be scary to hold on to that, because you have a back on the other side that could be pushed forward by a crab tank at any moment in time. And the Dynamo, even though it's not a super common weapon that we see, it does have that special that is all impactful in the meta, the tactical.
Absolutely, still got some respect to Tactical. It's still one of the more popular specials in the game. Probably if not one of the best so far there. I actually like to be I'm actually pretty excited to see how the clears are being used on both teams. By the way, quick thing to note though, it's gonna be Valhalla, by the way, with 3 specials. They used one right away. That's the big bubbler, primarily trying to protect the push. They're able to take out 3, and that's a great usage of the big bubbler to get this one set up. Now Total's gonna try to advance a little forward. They got 3 power plants, one of them being stuck at base, but these are some huge finds there, and both rollers are down, and I think both of these power clamps are going to disappear here momentarily. What could have been a very strong push with Dynamo also getting punished on that jump is shut down. That's a great defensive stop.
I think Bastion directed one of the rollers through the Inkling, which is a mechanic that is somehow still in the game. It's one of the few weapons that its shots, if you're close enough, it doesn't actually get eaten up in time by the vac. It's kind of weird, kind of funny.
You gotta love some of those interactions as well. Just being able to direct it to the impact and just somehow get something working out of that too. So Caesar is gonna try to poke through the Nautilus before just getting completely punished there by the crab tank. And it looks like it's gonna be 2 members already down, but it looks like they're not gonna be able to push themselves up further. Minute 20 to go. Very slow developing game here with both teams trying to go for attempted pushes. But I think the key thing here from both these teams so far is the defensive stops have been huge so far. You get to see possibly big pushes that could have materialized into big leads, but we haven't seen them happen. Both teams are clamping down on defenses very well, and with the power clamp situation on both teams, it's going to be basically 2 with the pity clamp still stuck on the side of Valhalla, and Ain't has just the 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a crab defense here that's going to have to come out strong because both rollers are gone. This is going to be dangerous because I know that there's a Zuka coming out. That's 3 gone. It's just going to be Toba left alive. She's going to have to hit 4 shots in a row if she wants to be able to stop this thing or slow this thing down whatsoever. Power clams are starting to roll their way into the basket. One goes in. Well, how many follow-up clams? All the way down to below 60. That's very, very good. Yeah,
that's very good, and just being able to expand this lead, that one and done push was not going to be safe whatsoever. And with 20 seconds left to go, they're actually keeping this basket open, and Astro has 3 clams to take advantage of. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to keep this basket open for as much as they can, but they've lost all the members, but that's still a very safe lead. Hoops is able to get 3 more in, keeping this basket absolutely open. But now I don't think they're going to be able to get any more in time, and this will be the only push left for Valhalla. See if they can take advantage here. The barrier should be coming down here momentarily. You get to see that overtime time just start to take down. You gotta start going right now, as you called out there. There's just not enough time left on the clock. Where is that space? They got the aim at just trying to aim it towards Batson. They take out the Nautilus, but someone's gonna throw that power clamp in right now. They finally do, and this will be 2 power clamps in. That's 3 members down on both sides. Ludicus keeping 2 of those clamps just available and able to keep out 1. That was insanely huge. Now you gotta get those clamps in. Keep that basket alive. Dynamo's throwing that other power clamp in as well. That's 31 points remaining, and that is the wipeout. Ludicus unfortunately respawning in. There is not going to be any follow-up there. That would have been a valiant come from behind victory, but it just comes up a little bit short, and that will be Ain't taking on the second map. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, we are knotted up 1 map apiece.
We are knotted up 1 map apiece. I thought it was going to be at the end of the game when we saw Ink Killers going for their final push there, Keon. I was thinking, you don't need to feed into this here, team. You should probably just hold defensive, hold mid, and hold strong. I thought 40 points would be strong enough for you to be able to defend. I'm so happy they didn't believe my thoughts and think 40 points was going to be enough, because they would have lost this game and the series if they thought 40 points was enough for their defense. Getting those extra, I think it was 4 or 5 individual clams in, just by a one and done, run your face into the basket kind of a play, I thought was really not smart because they gave up all the mid control. Turns out that was the only reason why they won. So kudos to them.
I mean, it literally came down to just a 9-point difference. And I was actually honestly afraid. I was kind of on the end of my seat, to say the least, with how that push was starting to develop there, because I was wondering, when are we gonna get another come from behind victory that Valhalla did? That looked like it was going to materialize out of control, but that didn't appear to be the case there. Ink was able to clamp down quickly here. Mako zone's about to be coming in here shortly excuse me. Brain is kind of fizzling out here. There comes the third map, the deciding third map here in this set, and it looks like it will be Ink keeping the same setup here, and that is a gold dynamo and an E-leader change from Valhalla.
Super chumps. I don't know. I like super jumps when you have a team that can run in there with it. So we're gonna see. I need to see Wug really use those distractions, those almost like decoys that take some hits for you to really swim around and use that to her advantage. If not, I would have recommended staying back on that tactically. But I like the Elixir swap here as well.
Yeah, you're right, actually. They don't actually have the cooler, so they can't really speak themselves or get some of those quick respawns if they do pick up the cooler that is available. But this may actually still work out here. A bit of a scrappy fight on both sides there with Valhalla taking this lead back with only 40 seconds into this match. So now with those points ticking down here, let's see how this push continues to develop. Their two specials were used on both sides there from the shot, and here's just the lurking roller over there. They quickly saw him, just shut down, just popped out for about a second, just quickly got punished there. But where is the contest with the zone there? It looks like nobody really trying to move up just yet. Valhalla is able to still retain the zone for quite a period of time, and there's that bowler from Bats, and now they're able to protect that little corner there, and this should be enough paint here to wrestle the zone back unless they lose two. And somehow Ink is not able to get the zones back. It is still sunk into this neutral state.
Toba is like just built different. There's no way that Toba will just dance around Bastion for a good 10-15 seconds just for a roller to come and stomp on top of Bastion's head. That Elixir gameplay is why you don't just give up and like assume that your teammates are gonna help you. Teammates came in on top and they're able to get control of the zone. Unfortunately, right now, Keon, it looks like the lead will swap over, but that's really good for the Ink Killers because they've got some good position here and they've got to hold on to this onslaught especially.
Yeah, the onslaught of specials, as you mentioned, two of them just got used there, but they weren't able to take full advantage of that crab tank. Their roller is available, and they use that bowler just a little outside of the zone, but this is enough to neutralize. This is just a painting contest here into the zone. Can they get anything else out of it? No, it looks like Ink able to hold on to this one very successfully. Now with 23 points remaining, this is going to be one huge push that Valhalla needs to have. 15 points remaining and still ticking down, and that will be 3 down. That's going to help a lot. Valhalla's going to be able to paint over the zone. Now penalty points are applied for Ink. Valhalla is going to be taking down on their own penalty points.
No, I was thinking, Ken, normally when you have a team that has like 4 specials online, it's a really good thing because those specials are very impactful. Unfortunately for Valhalla, their specials aren't all that good besides Crab Tank. All the rest of them are, I should say, more situational than pop a Bazooka and take everybody out, or pop a Crab Tank and force everyone to run away.
Yeah, absolutely, because the Super Chump and the Wave Breaker is not, when I think of those two specials, not the most high impact or the highest turnaround. Right out of the gate, you got the Chump at least to get everybody distracted, and then the Wave Breaker to zone everybody out, but that's really all it is. And now we get to see, but however, Valhalla is going to make this one work. They may be able to actually take lead here in a bit, and Ink is not able to run back to the zone, but somehow they get neutral. I don't know how, but it is going to buy enough time, but it's 2 members down now, 3, not enough members from Ink to retake the zone. Anywho, and Valhalla will win this set 2-1 off of a Mako Zones KO.
Oh my goodness. Somehow, someway, the double roller combo coming out clutch. I just saw two swings come in from the rollers and target at the same location, and I saw 3 members fall on the side of Ink Killers. Beautiful coordination from Valhalla in those final moments. And an unconventional team composition pulls out on top. Both teams really coming out with team comps that aren't super prevalent at all. Like lots of weapons that we don't see at the top of usage rates.
I mean, I was wondering if that Gold Dynamo E-Leader combo was going to work for Valhalla. They made it work just nicely, although it's less focused about the specials and just more of the usage of the weapons themselves, just trying to be able to get everybody out of there. The core part was that Dynamo and Splat roller combo that Valhalla had, of course, with the backline, either the Scope or the E-Leader, whatever weapon they wanted to use. And Valhalla was able to do that one well in Manta, Rainmaker, and that Mako Zones map in general. So, I mean, huge congratulations to Valhalla winning this one 2-1, but Ink though, it's just the first set. It's just the first set here in High Ink. They got 3 more to work with. So, gonna be curious to see how both teams progress throughout.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of good action here. Coming up for our next rounds, we do have 4 rounds of epic Swiss action coming your way. Do not miss it because our next round is starting very soon, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back for High Ink 3 Round 2 action. I am Genie7, joined by Kian. Kian, we've got two really household name teams from earlier on in Low Ink in probably more recent times than our last two teams. We've got Seaya versus Splatalot Imbeciles.
Yeah, both teams just a lot more recent compared to the ones we had in the previous set here. I think we got both Low Ink winners. Yeah, within the past year. Splatalot Imbeciles winning the March 2023 Low Ink, Seaya winning November 2022. Both, actually, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, these are the Low Inks of Splatoon 3 especially. So, hey, why not get two teams in who have won Low Ink within the past year? And this will be a lot of fun to watch both these teams duke it out.
Yeah, because our last two teams won it in S2, these two in S3. This will be a phenomenal matchup, and I gotta love Seaya coming in here with their tags. You'll see it when we're in the game, but I know that different members have gone to different places, as you can see on the screen that is being currently shown, directed to you right now. But I gotta love that little throwback to the old times when they were a full roster playing together.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm actually getting word here. It's actually, I think it's pronounced Seaya, actually, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah.
Which I mean that actually does make sense. I'm probably, this is where pronunciation's not my strongest suit as well, so I'm pretty sure I'll make that mistake somewhere along the way. We got a round 2 maps coming up here. Both teams duking out on Hagglefish Market Target Control to start off this best of 3 there, and this one's gonna be very fascinating to see what both teams want to dish out there. I did see members from Seaya having ball points available in their arsenal, so I'd like to see what both teams want to do in terms of approaching this map here. We should be loading in here momentarily to kick off this set between Splatalot Imbeciles and Seaya.
Yeah, both these teams coming off of a tough loss. Seaya coming off of a 2-1 to Kabata 2 Euros, and then we had a tight game for the Imbeciles as well. They went down in a 2-1 fashion. So both teams, they played their last matches tight, but they want a good win, because with only 4 rounds of Swiss, you kind of need as many wins as you can get.
Absolutely, and these are not the typical weapons I would normally see in any fashion. In fact, both teams not even dishing out coolers. So more popular in today's game, usually you get a Trizuka and cooler somewhere in the lineup, and that is not at all the case from Splat Imbeciles, by the way, on the orange colored side. I see it on purple as well. So I'm gonna be fascinated to see how both teams want to use these weapons all together. Big things to note for Splat Imbeciles: it is the Slosh Machine and the Zeko scope I'm gonna be paying attention to. It looks like Splat Imbeciles will be taking on this first checkpoint here momentarily.
I don't just said there's no way that we have 2 custom juniors on either team without this being a Gentle Squids agreement on playing it, because that weapon has had no playtime and had no usage.
I was wondering when I've seen the last time I've seen a custom Splattershot Junior in recent times. That weapon just doesn't see the light of day, more or less. People will usually opt for the vanilla Splattershot Junior. You always have the big beller, but this one just being dished up there. I gotta imagine there is some sort of an agreement between both teams just wanting to dish that one out. It is gonna, by the way, be 3 down on Seaya's side, but Splat Imbeciles doesn't have paint right into their territories. This is gonna just reset back to them for at least a few moments. And I'd like to see how the specials do get used. They got Trip Strikes and a Wave Breaker available if they can take advantage. Trip Strikes being thrown into the right-hand side, Wave Breaker right on the tower. Then the Trizuka was a beautiful shot. Okay, right into the tower, and then finds the third. Okay, that was a beautiful Trizuka shot. That was some great aiming from Eider, I believe, or Elder for that matter, and that stops the push big time.
That is why Zuka is so strong. It can just delete people like that. It's a beautiful special when you can see it pristine accuracy used by an elite player. My goodness. And it's got, again, are they going to pop it? They will. This time, oh my goodness, I didn't think they were going to find value with it, but somehow Tack just caught the wrong end of it.
Yeah, just taking on the wrong end of an Eider Trizuka once more with 4 down, but they weren't able to develop this into another push. If anything, it was a great defensive stop, but I need to see if Seaya is able to find anything on offense there. But the good thing to note, though, their second checkpoint has not been lost at that stage in time. That's where things can get out of control in a flash there. So, looking to see how both teams are picking this one up, with both teams kind of just stuck into this neutral state there. Both teams kind of just trying to outflank each other there. 2 specials being used. Inkjet was, by the way, used as well. C Junior still had that Wave Breaker available until they just used it there, but it is going to be just a 2-for-1 trade on both sides. But Seaya decides, you know what, we're going to try to push it up for a little bit more, but they realize they're probably just biting up more than they can chew.
I'm just thinking back to Wave Breaker. It truly fell off with Crab Tank. It made Crab Tank either take the damage of, take the 35 damage, or go into ball form when it wasn't, so it wouldn't be able to be in turret form. As soon as Crab Tank kind of got beat up by Jet and Zuka, that's when Wave Breaker fell off. That was the last time I saw Custom Junior. So, off of the Custom Junior rant, these torpedoes, oh my goodness, shooting it out of 2 midair with the Jet and able to stay alive through the torpedo, beautiful Jet play.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal Jet play. That auto brush. Okay, that was also great auto brush play on top of it there too. And the Booyah to absolutely take out one of the members from Seaya there, and Splat Imbeciles hold very well on defense. And right now, Seaya is having a difficult time just trying to be able to get to this first checkpoint. Where that first checkpoint will be key to how this push starts to develop there. On that side, but it looks like it's gonna be 2 down. The brush and that scope has also went down on top of it. Trizuka's being fired there. Either not able to get any value out of it, but they may have built just enough space. This first checkpoint should be cleared.
Yep, this checkpoint is going to be taken out. Now it's how far can you get towards the second checkpoint. If you touch it, you get a lead, but you have to get there. If you can try and find your way through it as well, that would be really strong. You need to get this machine off the top right. Who's going to contest it? The Junior's not going to be able to, especially when the brush is rushing them down. And wow, we got under a minute left here, Keon. It's looking like a one-push game for either team.
Yeah, honestly, just one push just should be enough there. I was actually about to make a quick note. While Imbeciles had 3 specials available there, the Ultra Rush did go down, so no chance to use their special whatsoever. And it looks like more members are going down. They got a Booyah Bomb that is available to use defensively, but they lose 2 in the process. So did the Ink Rush goes down on top of it. 20 seconds left to go. There's gonna be Elliot or Eli trying to use that ancient, but met right into the range of Abysmal's Octo Brush, which might just been a little bit more of that awful positioning there, and that's a wipeout on top of it. There goes the rest of Seaya, and there goes the rest of that game. This will be Splatalot Imbeciles taking this first map here in this best of 3.
My goodness, that just chaotic scrap fest down in the final moments was mad chaos. There was a Brush, there was a Jet, there was Wavebreaker, which got actual value because in the moments of chaos, when there's a torpedo coming from behind you, a Junior trying to ping your feet, a Brush from the top ropes, and whatever else is just kind of being tossed by any other weapon. Machine, you're throwing Fizzies, throwing a Booyah. It'll get a lot of value there. And jumps coming in, not able to stay alive. Seaya, they left their push a little bit too late and didn't have enough control, didn't have enough space, and realistically, I hope both teams swap off Custom Junior. As much as Custom Junior is a funny weapon to look at, it really does not help your team on the offensive.
The custom. I would be shocked if I do see a Custom Junior later on in this set. I still, just for note from Seaya, I'm still looking back at that Inkjet just being caught off by Abysmal's Octo Brush right near the canopy. I think it just flying a little too close to the range there. That Inkjet could have gotten a lot more value out of it if they could find picks or just a few more, but just way too close to the range. And I think that could have been one of many different factors that happened during that chaotic fight. So first map, by the way, is gonna go to Splatalot Imbeciles. The next 2 has to be won there from Seaya if they can try to get themselves back, and it's gonna start on Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker for the second map. Gonna be, and I think you're gonna be right. If I see a C Junior, I'm gonna have a lot of questions. So hopefully both teams will start to realize maybe this is not the choice.
Yeah. Interesting fact about me, Keon. Custom Junior is the only weapon that I've never played in any Splatoon game ever.
Really?
Yep.
I'm actually kind of shocked, but I'm also not surprised. Maybe they want to get. Maybe they're trying to prove you. Maybe they see you and they're like, okay, maybe it's the right time to use a C Junior just to mess with you.
This is the best C Junior kit we've had ever. I'm going to be honest.
That is true.
It's finally actually got a kit that has made it like, oh, you should kind of play it sometimes. But I don't know. Just give us more torque weapon, please. As much as I know Reflex is a splash well, I hope they go deep in the dive and give it torp instead, please.
That C Junior kit is just phenomenal. Even I'll admit I have played it a lot during my time just running through Anarchy with it as well. But hopefully we will see more torpedo weapons, as you mentioned. Please get more torpedo weapons out of there. Just do it for us. Yeah. Do it for us, please.
I need the undercover to have it because it's gonna be. It needs it. It needs it. Some people are saying it's not gonna have it because of its incline. Some people are saying copium. But please, I need my Cunder back, bro. I need it. I know there's not gonna be ink armor, but like, give me my torp.
Okay. So all the wishes. If you hear us down the road, if you give Genie undercover torpedo, we're gonna have. I think we'll get a very happy Genie down the line here.
I've got a 10 umbrella with a really good special. I've got a regular Splat umbrella, which is still buggy as all heck. That has a really good special and a sub that it enjoys. I'm just hoping that my final umbrella can actually be, decently okay. So then I can go into solo queue. I can't use them in comp, but I can use them in solo queue.
Oh yeah, for sure. Back to this one. They heard your wishes there. We are out of the C Junior shenanigans. Back to the Vanilla Junior. Vanilla Junior stocks are rising here. Big bubbler usage is going to be key here on this one. And it's going to be Sylphil actually going to be on the Splat Charger or the Fire Scope for that matter. Either way, it has an ink pad that has been more commonly used a lot in some of these Rainmaker maps. gonna be fascinating to see how both teams dish this one out. Once again, I want to just highlight here on Seaya's side, that is gonna be the ball point I'm gonna need to keep eyes on with the Inkjet. That's the first checkpoint, by the way, already broken there. Abysmal trying to use that zip gas for the Oscars. Oh, not able to get the wipeout secured, but this will be a lot more points, maybe even more so. This map is getting out of control in a hurry. The Ink Fact protects Sam, and Sam might be able to slam this one home unless Sam doesn't get punished. No, not able to paint towards the pedestal there, but there's still a lot of members up, and we do see the suction bomb being thrown out here. Genie will be able to get this one here soon.
No! The going down to hitting the own Rainmaker shield is going to be devastating. I feel like this Rainmaker could maybe be popped, but it's not going to be a commit. There's going to be no commitment so far on the side of really either team. They're just kind of trying to eye it up and opt to just defend this area and try and win out their fights. We're going to see this Inkjet, but Taco is going to find their way to jump out. That's a lot of specials used. Big Bubbler, Jetpack, and a Killer Whale just to get out of your spawn on the side of Seaya.
I mean, they had to be used, if anything, there, because look at where the Rainmaker was, and look at where the rest of Splatalot and Imbeciles were! Just taking 2 members out of there, but were they able to get the Rainmaker? No, not at all! It resets! So the rest, but not to worry, those Splatalot Imbeciles are able to get that Rainmaker, get a lot of control around this mid area. That may have bought enough time, though, for Seaya to try to get everything set up once more, but they're having to play defense for the past minute and 45.
Yeah, this Inkjet is able to try, but no, it doesn't. The Vac able to protect. I thought it was a direct for sure, but it got eaten up. That's the Vac stocks. They're rising. Able to prove that they're stronger, that they can be really, really strong against that Inkjet and also against Zuka. That's not going to be a Vac able to be ready to be used, though, for this final push that they want to have down. Ooh, Keon, this is a tight moment here.
Big moment right now for Seaya. See if they can hold on defense, but this has just been the story of the past 2 minutes and 15. They're having to play defensively this entire way through, but Sam can't really push themselves up there as the rest of the members are going down one by one. Now they're just being met with this ink brush, and now they got 2 out of it. Now they got 3. This is gonna be time for Seaya to breathe a little bit here as the scope has to basically run away. Sophia is just being chased by that ink brush. Oh, somehow went down. It's the rest of the team supporting them, but this, I still think Seaya will be very happy with this one as they're trying to get this push to develop. Inkjet is able to find value, trying to find any value, excuse me, but it looks like this will be the first checkpoint. Huge times right now for Seaya. They take 3.
This is 3 down in a Charger. That's the last one alive. You're going to have it marked by this Killer Whale. Lots of damage to come down. The Vac has been used, but who's it protecting? Who's alive that can really find a good shot down? The Raider, barely. Wow! That giant explosion, and 2 members of Seaya are gone up in that front line. Devastating play for Seaya because they needed that push to come to fruition.
They needed that push to materialize there. Effectively, they're playing to a KO at this stage. But this has been the first time we have seen Seaya finally get out of base and get some offensive pushes going. The rest of Splatalot Imbeciles has just been playing ultra aggressive there and just able to take out multiple members at a time in terms of how this has been playing out. So now I need to see some individual plays here from Seaya to develop, but they're not going to be able to do just that quite yet. They lose 2 right away, and this Rainmaker bubble has been popped. Who's going to opt to pick this one up, or they're just going to wait to play this one patiently as Sam uses the bubbler here near this Rainmaker trying to protect the rest of the team, but we're down to a minute left to go, and this week's Splatalot Imbeciles with a huge lead here with just basically KO being played for Seaya.
Yeah, under a minute to go. Taco is gonna find this brush on this left side, but that range, that's that spacing. Beautiful play. Unfortunately, they do lose their teammate Sam up on that front line. And this Killer Whale, you can't fall down to this now. You've lost your Charger as well. You've lost another one. I feel like it's now or never here for Seaya.
Seaya needs to now strike big, but they're getting members down, and the Stagers are there. Somehow when the Rainmaker went down, I believe it was a bomb that might have gotten them, and this Rainmaker's back in its bubble. They're able to reset themselves up big time. Ink Fact being used, trying to absorb all this damage from the Inkjet, and again, this Rainmaker's going down fast, but it's 3 members down, and once again, Seaya is still being able to should still be able to keep this push going, but they gotta protect this Rainmaker with about 12 seconds left to go. Look at Tack, look at the rest of Splatalot Imbeciles there. There is the Rainmaker going down once more. But should they be able to get the pop here? They gotta get this one pop. Everything right into this Rainmaker bubble to make sure that this does not get picked up anymore. And that will be Splatalot Imbeciles there, taking this one home 2-0.
Wow, what a close game. It was I know the scoreline will be a little bit, we'll say a little bit different than it being close, with it being 98 to 66. But that's just one stretch on this map. If you can get 3 down, you can just run it and quite easily knock it out from that base of the rail. And it wasn't able to be they weren't able to come up with the spots that they needed in the moment on the side of Seaya. Splatalot Imbeciles, they played it perfectly earlier on in the game. Their VAC was strong, and the VAC stocks, they do be rising. I feel like not a lot of teams are sleeping. They're sleeping on it. It can protect you against Zuka. It can push the Rainmaker, and it can push the objective when you need it. On zones, it has its usages. On Rainmaker, it is very, very devastating.
The ink back sucks, as you mentioned, just so perfect for a lot of Rainmaker maps in general. It just played that one so well from Splatalot Imbeciles, just able to take it down to 2. And I highlighted earlier there too, the first half of the game, Seaya playing on defense. It was actually the first time that Splatalot Imbeciles were just holding back a little bit, trying to avoid pushing themselves too much. I definitely get it though. That was a huge game-winning push effectively. And all you need to do is just try to shut down Seaya as much as they can. They were able to do just that there, Genie. So Splatalot Imbeciles 2-0. They win this one here, but we got 2 more Swiss rounds coming up here, Genie. So we're just gonna go ahead and take it to break here, but don't move anywhere. You don't want to miss a thing. More High Ink 3 action will be on your way here shortly.
チゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモ打ち負けたへこたれた力なさに絶望を感じたは拗ねてみた落ち込んだ悔しくなってとことん泣いてみたカモン考えた寝転んだ空見て落ち着きを取り戻した眺めてた目に入れた空に浮かぶ月が眩しかったでかくした育んだ大きな綺麗な星にしたよゲラ頑張った努力したありったけの力を出し切ったよ危機感を感じ立ち上がる心の壁を取り払い自由なマインドと溢れるソウルスピリットを心に宿した力を合わせて頑張れるみんなで一つのことを成し遂げるためにお互いを褒めたたいた今までより一回り大きくなったネガティブな話題を口にするな辛くても進むことをやめるんじゃないピースなバイブレーションでアートを描きこのアースに負けないオブジェを作れチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこいイエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこいカモ
Welcome back, everybody, to High Ink 3 here on IPL. We got ourselves a very fun matchup for you guys. Here, it will be Xanadu versus the West Broadway Grillers. Once again, I'm Kyon. Once again, Genie joins me. Genie, I think to put it briefly, this is going to be a very fun one to watch.
This will be an elite grudge match. This is over 3 years in the making. A rematch from July of 2020. Losers round 5. West Broadway Grillers. They came up with 2-1 victory over Xanadu. And they went on to win that low ink. Xanadu would win 2 months later. This is brought to you by Popgun Productions. Yeah, that was a... I gotta remember the times when I have grudge matches against teams. But 3 years, Keon? 3 years?
3 years in the making. They're waiting for their time to strike, and it's here on High Ink 3. This is gonna be so much fun. I'm excited. You're excited. Very familiar names. Let's be real here. Debbie and Jem from West Broadway Grillers. I see Leonidas as well from Xanadu. But we gotta kick off this set here. We got our set of 3 maps. Umami Ruin Zones. Should be so much fun to watch. I wouldn't mind trying to predict what we have for both teams, but I'm just trying to absorb it all here. Again, 3 years is just a long time to go. Yes.
3 years is a long time. And yes, that is the Squid School Gem. If you guys are thinking, ooh, Gem, that sounds familiar. Yes, Squid School Gem is in the building, ready to rock it around. Very, very, very nice person. Got to work with him last week. And this will give me a good one. I want to see the Devi Hydra on this map. I just want to see the Devi Hydra at all. That's it. I haven't seen too much Hydra, but I know. Please, Devi, come through.
All right, crossing our fingers here. Do we see it? By the way, we're holding there. Xanadu is on
Yes!
Yes!
I've been waiting for. Let's go.
What? All right, stocks are rising. Devi on their Hydra. I've had the chance to work with Devi before. Devi just absolutely loves the Hydra. It is here to play. Gem, by the way, on Zap duties here as well. If I look at both teams, weapon-wise, I do see a bamboo. The weapon I don't normally see at all. Hello there, being held by Leo for that matter. So Xanadu trying to see if they can make this one work with both teams, kind of going with a very similar three weapons comp here, basically that are all frontline. As control is going to be swapped over. West Broadway Grillers will take the early lead.
They are going in. Yeah, Leo's has been able to pilot that bamboo for a long time and is very, very good at it. We do see Sam up on this high side. He's going to have the Zuka at the ready. Opting to drop down, stay alive, smart play. Keep the Zuka for another fight when your team's able to really capitalize on it. There goes one. Will they be able to find a second? Not quite with that second shot or the third shot. But one for Zuka is really, really good.
And also the Triangle going down with the additional Zuka pick. This will be the push that should continue on for West Broadway Grillers. They're doing a great job preventing themselves from losing the point very fast. We do see the other Trizuka on the other side, but Hayden going down on top of it. Both teams are trading 2 for 2, but this is going to be perfectly fine for West Broadway Grillers as they continue to tick down on these points remaining. This is going to be the last chance for Xanadu to try to strike break or force one zone to be neutralized, but they got to get both for sure. Here's a fight around both of these zones, and it will be one of them secured here as the Zap Gem goes down, and this will be the paint, and that will be both zones, and Xanadu gets both of them, at least putting West Broadway Grillers in the penalty box.
Yeah, I love that one. 2 minutes for sitting down into this penalty box. We are going to have land in onto the zone, try and paint it up. They will be able to have it really getting close to that crab tag, and we see this position that Sam's got on this top left side being protected by Gem. This crab tank could lock out all of the members of Xanadu really, really easy.
Yeah, absolutely.
There goes.
See how this continues to develop. Yeah, and now West Broadway Grillers are right at it. Gem throws that cooler all the way up front. Get everybody with that cooler there, and it will be a few more members going down one by one. It looks like Xanadu just stuck in the back. This is just so much pain out of West Broadway Grillers. Just trying to getting them out of the picture. They're using that crab tank, having to play it so defensively. Now dropping down, and they should be out of the penalty points here soon. But it's the same situation. They gotta rush into the zone, get at least one of them out of there, neutralize it so that West Broadway Grillers doesn't get out of it. But this
1 point
will not be enough. Well, it only took a few seconds to get there, Genie, as West Broadway Grillers in very stylistic fashion will take this first map here in the set.
Yep, they're coming out in style. The West Broadway Grillers, the name that will never, ever be forgotten. Honestly, it's one of the, if not top 5 most famous Splatoon names throughout all of the game's histories. It's up there. They might not have the results as your Starburst, but or your F2 wins, but that name, people know it and people love it.
Household names everywhere for West Broadway Grillers there. They also familiar names as well from West Broadway Grillers. So basically everything for West Broadway Grillers is household. But Xanadu was just completely locked out of Umami Zone. That's just the nature of that map in general. Once you lose zone and everybody's just set up for success, there's just virtually no way to fight your way back in unless one member makes a mistake. And it ended up happening there for about a few seconds before West Broadway Grillers did it on the second push. So both teams now going into Makomar Tower Control. That is the second map. Xanadu is gonna have to win the next 2 to here in order to take the set. Otherwise, West Broadway Grillers winning this one will get them the set victory. I actually would not be surprised if we see Debbie back on that Hydra once more.
It's gonna be difficult because that last map you had with a Crab Tank and a Hydra on a flat map like Umami Zones where you have to kind of push into it. It felt like you had a double Hydra comp at running whenever you pop that crab, which is really difficult to push back into. The problem is that Tower Control and Mako Mart are not... Tower Control is a better, sometimes can be a good mode for Hydra, but I find Mako, like Tri-Sloshers and especially like Bamboos, they can get a lot closer to you than on Umami. So it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for Debbie to really get that really strong position that she had before. And it's the spread out nature of Tower Control. It's not... or the condensed version of Tower Control where you have to kind of protect that tower isn't going to help you, especially when on the last map you could really pace it out. And yeah, here we go, Tri-Slosher. That is probably a weapon I've never seen Debbie play outside of Silicon Sunday.
That is true. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is a full, like, pretty much in-your-face frontline comp across the board for West Broadway Grillers there. So yeah, Debbie just switching over to that Vanilla Tribe, which, as you mentioned, we don't normally see before. But I'm taking a quick few moments there, as it's going to be 3 down for Xanadu. Iksky, if I pronounce that name correctly, on light Tetra duties as well. It's actually going to be a double dualies combo. I'm going to be curious to see if Xanadu can take advantage, but they do keep the Crab Tank in their arsenal. But this is going to be West Broadway Grillers. They are going to get past this first checkpoint.
They are going to have that to their name. They're going to have to be pushed back, though, with the specials coming back out and 2 of the members falling down. Going to have a Crab Tank online and very close to a Tractor Cooler, which could be good. You have to watch out, though, because the Bamboo on a comp, going up against a comp so short range like that, it will have an absolute field day. Leo should be able to hit at least one of these shots and have a dualies follow up to get that extra little chip damage to take out all the other members of the West Broadway Grillers.
Now they got the Crab Tank from Will just on that right stack, trying to see if they can get West Broadway Grillers out of there, but they lost 3 in that process. Not quite the first checkpoint to boot for Xanadu there. It's going to be Sam also going down on West Broadway Grillers, so both teams kind of stuck into this neutral state. They're not really anything past the first, and Xanadu, right as they had to say that though, Xanadu lost multiple right at that point in time. So now this is going to be, well, I was going to say West Broadway Grillers time to strike big, but this might be, this 2 down might slow them down just a bit. Both teams just gonna have to see who's gonna take control here as we're back into the neutral state. Can Debbie find anybody with this inkjet here? No, not at all. Leo snipes out Debbie on that inkjet. That's a great find.
Yeah, and Leo again. You just have a shooting gallery with against these short range shooters. All the short range comp that's coming out from the West Broadway Grillers. The Bamboo, it can just hit you for well over half your health, and you feel like you're out of the fight. This lead will most likely go over to Xanadu, especially with Zuka being able to pressure. We see a lot of fights going on this right side. Debbie's on the right side, and we're going to have a little bit of a flank from Sam. Can Sam find the spots that they need? Times 1. But again, you're so low. You're one shot to the Bamboo. You don't want to peek your face out of it.
Absolutely, you just have to respect the Bamboo no matter the cost. And it looks like the rest of West Broadway Grillers are learning that the hard way here, as we do see some rolls. Oh my goodness, Iksky gets 2, and the rest of the team wipes out the rest of West Broadway Grillers. This will be the push kick-started. Now everybody's in position. You got to see the Splatalot on that right stack trying to use that Crab Tank to get West Broadway Grillers no chance to fight back. Now this tower is going to be continuing on to the second checkpoint. Can this Bamboo find one? Yes, that's Debbie going down on top of it, and Hayden's going to be the one playing around this tower there, but the Crab Tank is just is right there to defend the tower as much as possible. But there are 2 specials available from Xanadu. You got the Zipcaster. The Trizuga is going to be looming large. It's going to be the question of is going to be whether they can use it. But it looks like that Trizuga will have to be farmed up once more, as they did go down Devi with a nice find, and that is Devi with a double.
Tries launcher moment. Devi gets 3. Can Devi get 4? 4? No, just stolen by the team. But you know what? We'll count that. We'll count that, Devi.
Yeah,
Devi with the 4-piece.
You know what? You know what? Yeah, Devi will get 3, and then yeah, we'll give her the quad for that one. But Devi goes down right away, and that's gonna be that, and that will be 2 members down, and now it's just a delayed triple. Xanadu stops West Broadway Grillers' attempt from making anything happening there. And again, Xanadu had something good that was happening there with that push. The grab tank on that right-hand side of the map, basically there to help defend the rest of that push from getting out of control. We're down to about a minute and 15 left to go. He's got with a roll right back to that right stack. Gonna be here to see if they can find anybody else rolling all around, and it looks like it's just gonna be there to pressure. They're having to use 2. West Broadway is having to send 2 to stop Eastside. In fact, the triangle gets
oh my goodness.
East Sky somehow stayed alive, but the rest of the team is down. And now East Sky pokes themselves out. They get 1, but that's it, and they lose 3. Those Xanadu's has lost 3 in the process. West Broadway Growers will start on this tower push.
Zuka versus this Jet will be critical. You have to wait and you have to stay alive. Very close to Gem having a tactical. The tactical is going to be pop and out. Should be a lot of the members of the Grillers be able to grab that. There is this jetpack. It's going to go down to the Dualies, but the Dualies get run over by that tower. Gem trying to stay alive here on this low side of the map. Able to find 1 splat. We do know that a lot of the members of Xanadu are going to be collapsing on this tower. Here is a jump. It's going to get punished. In under 30 seconds left on the clock here, Keon. I'm worried for the Grillers, the West Broadway Grillers, to see if they will be able to have a good attempt at this second checkpoint.
This is gonna have to be West Broadway Grillers attempt to get this second checkpoint as soon as they can, but Debbie's going down means this will be a little bit delayed of a push there. You gotta respect Leo and the rest of the group. Sim on that one. Leo takes out Jem. It's actually a 2-for-2 trade. Xanadu is gonna be happy with this one, and this Leo takes out 1, and another goes down on top of it. The wipeout was effectively there to secure it. Xanadu takes us to a 3rd map as they win on Mako Tower Control.
That, I do have to say, that map, it was not in favor of the West Broadway Grillers. I like their comp, I like their spicy plays, but it just kind of felt like it got run over by a bamboo, and the Dualies were able to have a field day because of that. Leo just don't even have to hit every single shot, like back to back, like normally what happens with a bamboo. You hit 1 shot, the frontliners are always just so scared because when you're one fall off bullet to a random Dualies which is rolling all over the map, away from being sent back to the respawn kettle, you play so much more scared. It's a devastating way to play, and with no one able to really truly focus fire that bamboo without it always landing at least 1 shot down, it just was that little extra edge that they needed for Xanadu to tie up the series.
I mean, Xanadu pretty much had the range advantage, so you're exactly right. It was pretty much an all forward comp, all front line effectively from West Broadway Grillers. If the Bamboo was able to get the Bamboo was basically going to be playing safe unless to get flanked from Leo, and Leo was just able to take full advantage. This deciding 3rd map is going to be on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker to take this one home, so I wouldn't get that the full frontline comp didn't quite work out, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see adjustments again from West Broadway Grillers, but Xanadu still has 1 map left to make this one work. Maybe we could be seeing a quick little best of 3 reverse sweep if that is even worth knowing for reverse sweep. But hey, gonna be curious to see what both teams dish out for this 3rd map.
I play all spawners except Hydra. Hydra, the person who I talk to if I need any Hydra gameplay is Devi. So we'll see if Devi comes back out onto this Hydra. I do know that this is Ballpoint's absolutely best map in the game. Best map mode combo to play Ballpoint. But Hydra, it can do the same. It has that same range. It has more range. It has more power. The only problem is it's not fast. And it will be, can Devi keep up with the speed of the Rainmaker game? With no tactical coming out on the side of Xanadu, that is definitely going to be in Devi's favor.
Yeah, definitely. Devi's gonna need to figure out ways to plant that Hydra, put it in a position where they can allow the rest of West Broadway Growers to succeed with the rest of this group. Xanadu is gonna go back to that game 2 comp there with the Light Tetris and Splat Dualies to know double Dualies once more from both teams there, as we do see the Trizuga already there. That Sam finds 1, that's 2. Talk about value out of the Trizuga, that's 2 right out of the picture. And now Debbie picks up this Rainmaker, and there will be the first checkpoint. No problem for West Broadway Growers. A very good start.
textbook. You have the crab tank and the Hydra on either side of the bottom mid. You funnel them all the way back onto that plat over by the crime basket, and then you grab it with a Zuka, pushing everyone else down. This Rainmaker is going to be running its way forward, has this nether crab tank which is going to be escorting with Devi's Hydra. Unfortunately, the Zuka and the Killer Whale are able to put an end to that. Devi's able to stay alive for just a moment, and Sam's in alive, but Sam's got to back out because they're the one that needs to get the jumps back in for their team.
Absolutely. Sam has focus, has to just stay alive. Unfortunately, Sam gets caught, gets found there. Leo with a nice find onto Gem, and then West Broadway Girls will have to do basically have to hard reset on this one. That first checkpoint and 41, you mentioned just pure textbook play all around from West Broadway Grillers. But does Xanadu have a response? Still plenty of time, of course, left into this matchup there. Sam, by the way, going down on the right hand side, and now there's the second one going down. Gem is down on top of it. I don't think Xanadu's not gonna pick up this Rainmaker quite yet, as the Trizuka's there trying to fire right at Devi. Actually somehow got him, but the Booyah Bomb is going right into this Rainmaker. Okay, it's a little bit of a scrappy fight, but Wilt is gonna pick up this Rainmaker.
Now, Wilt's has got this Rainmaker. It's running forward. Will it be able to find its way here? No, because again, that crab tank is going to be out, able to stall just enough time. Now Devi's back. He's going to be able to whale down with the Hydra shots onto this Rainmaker pedestal. And Wilt is going to try and go up as soon as Devi runs out of ammo. That is a beautiful timing there.
Great timing. Just take advantage while Devi's out of shots to work with on that Hydra. Now here's that Trizuka. Wilt is able to protect themselves for about a few seconds before the Trizuka is able to get enough range to take him out. And this might be the reset here, and it will. So just the first checkpoint, but more importantly, both teams breaking through the first checkpoint here, Genie.
Yeah. We love those walls that are able to protect you from the Zuka. Oh wait, they don't exist. Please save us. This Booyah Bomb placement able to get them back in the mid. I see a crab tank and a tactical cooler at the ready. Will we see the textbook play that they opened up the game with happen again? Crab tank on the left side, Hydra on the right side. Here we go, and Zuka is back ready to go.
Yeah, Zuka's ready to go. Actually, on both sides of the fence, can both teams find any sort of value on this one? Each guy's able to roll their way through and get the pick on to jump. That's really going to be it. Both teams just kind of stuck where they stand there, trying to get a feel for the other side so far. And it looks like, and at this point in time, both teams kind of just still scrapping this one out across mid. It's going to be a matter of who will get control of that area. That's going to be the Booyah Bomb being thrown from Devi there. They pick up this Rainmaker just a there, but not before going down. Wilt has that crab tank just firing right at that Rainmaker, ready to go. So West Broadway Girls not able to take advantage of this one right away. Rainmaker bubbles up once more.
Oh, Zuka is out, is able to find one. Wilt passes back off of this. This map, it's not won yet. 41 is not a strong enough lead to win a game. It is quote unquote defendable, but it's not a safe defense whatsoever. I need to see both these teams, if they want to really truly hold, have a dominant hold in this game, get down to that low 20s. Get down to that low 20s or the high teens.
Absolutely, that 41 points, as you mentioned, in context of scores, not safe at all there. Somehow these guys able to get the find there, and that will be 3 down on this side, and now things should be slowing down to crawl. Wilt's just gonna roll around with the crab tank, but Gem's right there, able to get them out of the crab tank. That's really all it's gonna be for Gem. Gem is just completely spotted, but the rest of the team should be able to back themselves up there. So 40 seconds left to go. Genie, gonna be curious to see how this one develops there. As Gem is still just completely being zoned out from the rest of their team. Their Rainmaker is going to reset. Both shots are down. Just another scrappy fight. The more this holds on, West Broadway Girls will be happy with any that gets thrown.
Oh, Gem's able to stay alive, but lets their teammate go down in that 1v1 fight. Backs off, knowing that they were low. This is gonna be Rainmaker grab. It's gonna be held down by Sam. I feel like West Broadway Grillers have made a call to stall the Rainmaker in this bottom side. They know that they're gonna call to defend this 41 points. They have to defend this thing, though. Devi's gotta stay alive. There's gonna be one moment in time where the Doolies can run in there and grab the Rainmaker, and it actually pops. It pops. You miscalculated on the time.
Yeah, they miscalculated on the time that was left, and that was literally a huge pick with a second left to go, and 2 members are down. Now you gotta make this push count. Can the rest of Xanadu find the pick? But Devi is right there! Devi on the MVP play! That is 2 down from Devi, which seals it for West Broadway Grillers as they win this set 2-1 in a very tense finish.
Oh my goodness. That grudge match, again, the West Broadway Grillers coming out 3 years later with another 2-1 victory over Xanadu. Oh my goodness. Don't make me wait, Popgun, until 2026 to have another matchup like this. This was so good.
I don't know if they can afford to wait 3 more years of another 2-1 finish there. West Broadway Girls and Xanadu, definitely. But yes, all the homage, all the calls to Popgun there. Nice back and forth. I think game 2 was really just a difference of comps being played out the way they did. But that third map, Devi just the huge double at the end and just in the right position to do so. Pretty much sealed it for West Broadway Grillers, and you're right. This is a 2-1 over Xanadu. Okay. The last time the West Broadway Grillers won 2-1 over them, they did of course go on to win Lowink that tourney. But this might be a very tough story. There's a lot more tougher competition. Genie, gonna be excited to see how both these teams play out the rest of High Ink.
I don't know. For me, this is what High Ink is for. There's going to be a winner at the end of this thing, but it's also showing off the storylines, the rivalries, the friendships, everything that's kind of gone on throughout the celebration of the Low Ink success. And that's why it's High Ink. And this one, I gotta say, if we can get another match, we get like a best of 9 of this. I don't know. Somebody call JPEG. I want to get this on IPL versus. I don't have the power to do that. I don't know if they're planning anything, but I'll put my opinion out there. I'm on the mic, so I'm put it out there. I'm gonna slide my recommendation up to production.
JPEG, if you hear us, you hear Genie's plans for about a quick second here. I know both teams will have to work with all that. Hopefully, we can see a best of 9 or best of 9 between the two once more. But that means, hey, West Broadway Growers will win this one 2-1 in this round 3. Round 4 still having to be waiting here, but I think this will be a good time for us to cut to break here. So when we come back, should be more High Ink action. So you don't want to miss a thing.
「
Welcome back, everybody, to High Inc. 3, the Invitational here on IPL. We got our 4th round set and ready to go. Once again, I am Kyon. Once again, Genie joins me on the mic. We got ourselves our 4th round coming up here. Secret Elixir versus Kubata 2 Euros.
Yes. Oh, I've got always some good memories with both these teams. But I gotta start with Kubata 2 Euros. I know that they are a team that has one low ink. They're a results band, but I will never forget Nia DRF on the mic doing a best of one tiebreaker with Kubata 2 Euros, and then they went on to come. Was it 2nd or 4th? I remember they had a miracle run. They had an absolute miracle run in top 16 after having to do a best of one tiebreaker to come out of the group stage to decide who makes alpha or beta. I remember, I'll never forget that one, because I remember looking back after I had lunch and I'm like, well, they're still in the tournament? Because normally teams that don't act like aren't really like have a strong foothold, or that they don't usually have deep runs in, but their Cinderella run will go down in my mind as one of Lowink's greatest accomplishments.
One of Loinc's greatest moments, Genie, because I vividly remember watching that in that particular month was, it was like, yeah, this is the first, I think that was the first ever best of one tiebreaker for the alpha and beta qualifiers, I'm not mistaken. So production's gonna need to correct me on that, but that was a wild time to just witness that. And then of course, as you saw, about 2 Euros going all the way home to win, to at least I think get runner-up, not win that one. But on the other hand, there's Secret Elixir. This is a team that's very familiar to a lot of people. The names like Kurt OBT and many others to round out that group. And I'm gonna be excited to see how both these teams do it out, especially Inkblock Clams.
Yeah, both these teams have 2 wins and 1 loss. All the teams will be making it into the bracket, but you want to have the higher seed as possible. Get yourself some of that good energy going into the bracket. It's definitely Secret Elixir is a name that if you have ever watched Lowing in the past, in the past 2 years, you will have seen them come up. You will have seen people talk about them. You've seen them even on other IPL streams or just streams in general, or even going to LANs. It's a very, very, very historic team, and I'm excited. Inkblock Clams, I haven't seen this one get played as much. It is definitely Inkblock's not its worst mode. I'm looking at you, Rainmaker. You hold that title. Bro decided to have 1 checkpoint and be in a pit. But it's not as loved as Tower Control Inkblot, so we'll see the spice up of Clamblets.
I feel like this is one of the more this is one of those maps I actually kind of love, but not love as much as, of course, Inkblot Tower Control, which usually gets all the glory. Like Clams is such a fun. Yes, Clams is such a fine map in Inkblot, and both teams get to enjoy a little bit of that love as we're about to be queuing right into this one here as well. Again, Secret Elixir on the right-hand side, the orange-colored side, and that'll be Kubata 2 Euros on the light green teal-ish color. I look at the weapons right away, and now we got that's triple Trizuka, by the way, from Kubata 2 Euros. I had to take a minute to process that, and the rest of Secret Elixir with the mashup of different weapons, notably the ballpoint and the V-shot on their side.
You know what? A sniper plus 3 Zukas. Who would have guessed that the mid meta is here, but it's got a little bit of a twist on it. It's not the sniper rider. We've got a carbon in there, spice things up, and a machine. It's not the triple shot plus the pencil. So I like it.
You know, the pencil was there. That would have been cool, but the E-leader section just
cool, bro. I see that 24/7, bro. I don't need to see that anymore.
I get you for sure. As we do see 3 members from Kubata 2 Euros going down. This is Secret Elixir striking first, delayed wipeout. This should be an extended push here with just 1 measly clam to their name. Now you got 4 out of there. This will now be the extended push, as we can see Kurt on that Ancient, not able to get anybody so far. But this push still alive. Wow, Brennan unchecked. Big time. How on earth did that pass through? And this first push is an electric one as Jurus gets even more out of this one. Wow, this has already done the 29 points remaining, and a lot more pressure from Secret Elixir. Can they get even more out of this one? And just don't think they're going to be able to press more of their advantages. 29 points remaining is a fantastic start.
How does Secret Elixir get 9 individual clams in by just running face first at the basket and nobody spotting them. I'm flabbergasted at how that happened. And the super chumps are going to come in on the plat. Brendan's here, time to cool it up, ready to go. More clams in. Oh my goodness, Secret Elixir is taking it to about €2.
Yeah, Secret Elixir is just in your face right now, trying to get as many more clams in, and about €2 is just having to play heavy defenses here. As you do see, Akigos, I believe, getting one member out of there, and this is pretty much a stall push. They are able to save the original pity clam. They got the second pity clam available to make use of if they can, but this has been Kubata €2 having to play defense for 2 minutes as Secret Elixir struck with a second push, but not able to get out of the penalty points.
No, and Turner not realizing there was going to be a Carbon up on above them, and Carbon again able to get 2 with that play. He does have the Zuka at the ready. He does see the Power Climb user, and Power Climb user will always be the target because you are spotted out at all moments with holding that.
Yep. Yeah, Martin able to get 3 out of that one, just with 2 for the Carbon roll, and then the other assist with the Trizuka, and now that's 2 members down, and the Trizuka's just flying everywhere from Kubata €2. Triple Trizuka comp. They get 1 power clam in. Will they get anything else? No, a lot of small clams though to boot, and this is a big response from Kubata €2. Their space trying to build space for their team there, but there was nobody else to follow suit with them. This is gonna be 3 down in the end of that push, but they made this deficit more manageable here, Genie.
Mark's gotta get out of there, really close to Azuka, and we know how powerful that special can be. That's gonna be a pivotal tool for them to be able to break back out in through this zone. We do have those super jumps coming out, but I don't really see too much of a follow-up here. We're just kind of gonna go out and almost give the special paint back over to Kubata €2, which honestly, when you're going up against Triple Zuka, is not a smart idea.
Oh, definitely. Now we get to see if Kubata €2 has a response. The value of the Triple Trizuka should not be understated there. 2 have gone down. The Gigo's taking out Kura on top of it. And this will be the rest of Secret Elixir having to retreat back with that lone power clan there. But this is going to give the rest of Kubata €2 a chance to strike big. Not until that Trizuka finds 1. This is gonna be a much slower push that could develop, and now the Trizuka takes out Akigos. All the Trizukas finding value, and that will be 2. A delayed triple space there, trying to use that Trizuka. This was almost a panic Trizuka on top of it. Secret Elixir, they stopped the attempted offensive push.
They do. There is a minute left on the clock here, Keon, though. So there is time. There is a world, but the problem is that 2 power climbs plus a couple follow-ups. That the game will be over, so they have to be able to hold Secret Elixir's onslaught. With those super jumps going out, this will be the time. Carbon tries to go down on the low ground. We have that Inkjet out. Lots of Zuka's plays coming out, and 2 go down to 1 Zuka? My goodness.
That was huge, and that's 2 down. This is going to be both the power clams in right now, and they need 3 more clams for the KO, but they lose 3 in that process. This is not going to be the KO anymore, but that deficit just got bigger for Kubata €2, and now they got to get themselves set up, retake mid as much as they can, and see if they can get value out of any of the Trizukas. They got the E leader available with a wave breaker that they can use if they choose to do so. But Martin's lurking large, but the rest of the team is following suit, one after the other, and this will be the overtime push, kicking in. But this is almost a slow march to a victory here. Secret Elixir is just gonna be content just trying to solve this one out as much as they can, and Secret Elixir should be able to take this one here shortly. Yeah, there's just gonna be no chance for them to get up to that ramp and get the push in anymore. So hey, the first map will be Secret Elixir's map in general.
Yep. Padding the stats at the end there for Secret Elixir, but unfortunately we can't see the stat screen, so padding the stats on tournament stream, you know, it's more of going for the Twitter clip later.
Yeah,
I guess that's the reason why Nintendo got rid of it, so you can't get the padding the stats, but I've never thought about it like that.
I guess they didn't exactly run up the score either. I guess is probably the closest analogy I could go with that one. But I guess any stat padding will be there for any victories that they have. But Secret Elixir, that first push was pretty much electric and explosive there. Kubata €2 just we're basically having to just play catch up for almost the entire game, and when the fact that they had to play defense for just 2 minutes, they just need to find any value they could out of that triple Trizuka comp, just never materialized. So that's what ended up happening there with Kubata €2, and Secret Elixir just striking big, and that's a great start for them.
Yeah, that was it was so cool seeing them just run in there and throw 9 individual clams into the basket. That's insane. Like, count that, like, when you're just playing 9 clams, that's a power clam. That's 27 points. Just that should not have been on the board, in my opinion. Maybe like 6 of them, but 27? No.
I was even surprised that they were able to get away with it in the first go-around. I was wondering what happened on defense there from Kubota 2 Euros, or whether it was just a few sneaky plays, but Brandon was just wide open, basically, just throwing all those clams, and then Kubota 2 Euros weren't able to respond, so Kubota 2 Euros are going to have to find a way to strike big first here, and Museum Zones is going to be the next map to do so, the big one-zone map there with mid in mind, so I'm going to be curious to see if they're going to go back to the triple Trizuka. I could see it having value, but they may have to go back to the drawing board.
I think, honestly though, I feel like E-Liter plus the triple Trizuka comp on this map will work out in their favor. If they don't swap it up, this is a good map on paper for them. They also don't have to worry about anybody sneaking objective, really, because the zone is too big. If you sneak, you're not sneaky if you try and, like, steal a zone this large. They are going to be swapping, they're going to be swapping up their comp quite a bit, though. So we are not going to be seeing the triple Trizuka, and only down to 1 with a jet, followed up with a tactical cooler.
So both teams now with the coolers actually available, really, and you got the jet from Elixir, or trying to make something work there. So I'm going to be curious to see how this is going to materialize on this one. There's that Snipe Rider, by the way, as well to boot for Secret Elixir if they want to make advantage of this one. I believe OBT making their appearance here in this set has had to run away, but the Trizuka shot is just being fired at them. They're just chasing out OBT there for a quick second there. This will be the zones quickly being flipped in the early stages of this game. Early lead, by the way, to Kubota 2 Euros to start.
We're going to have OBT swapping in for Kurta on the side of Secret Elixir. But, like, honestly, when you have a talent pool that deep that you can make those kind of roster swaps, you're doing well for Secret Elixir.
Absolutely, and now Jaren's using that Snipe Rider to make sure to put as much paint down, trying to get everybody from about 2 Euros out of there. The Trizuka's being fired from distance, but it looks like the Trizuka can outspine anybody with this Trizuka. Not quite yet. Actually, this is going to be the assist, if anything. And again, both teams kind of just trading blow for blow with this zone right away. This will be the penalty points pretty much gone here for about 2 Euros, able to take this one down. Gonna be curious to see if they can get any more value out of it. Not before the zap goes down, but actually they're just trading, and now that's 3 down right away for Secret Elixir. About 2 Euros definitely have the lead.
They definitely have a lead. Now this beautiful Zuka able to take Brendan's escape option away. That sponge. Brendan want to get up there. It has to fall back down. Use the crab tank just to get off their plat. And Tritrix, Soda is going to be out as well. How are you going to get the sniper off of that main area, that main spinner? You're not going to be able to, especially with the Tri-Slasher running in and running rampant.
Yeah, that Tri-Slasher is just getting so much right now for Kubota 2 Euros, and now the respawns are not going to be favoring Secret Elixir anymore. Secret Elixir pretty much has to just try to find a way to rush in and get that one down. Not before you lose the splash. That's 2 down. Maybe this is the time to go. They have to hurry in, and this is everybody from Kubota 2 Euros painting over the zone, which is just enough despite 1 up, and that will be Kubota 2 Euros. A nice little turnaround there to knob the setup 1-1.
That was insane at the end. I thought maybe with your Sniper Rider on the ground getting some shots down, but the E-Leader able to tap shot the zone just in enough time. But really, the game was lost when the Tri-Slasher got so much control over Spinner. When you have a Tri-Slasher able to go up and down the high ground, in and around and underneath of that Spinner, you're not going to have a fun time with Secret Elixir. You need to clean out that Tri-Slasher faster, and honestly, it's really, really hard, because it's a slippery weapon that can hit you in angles if you're either a shooter or a blaster or something else. It can hit you in any way that most weapons just can't imagine.
And I love the adjustments right away from Kubota 2 Euros. With the, as you mentioned, the Tri-Slasher just got so much right, by the way, from Kubota 2 Euros, and it also having it's such a pivotal moment where hey, we're out of penalty points. Let's even keep this one up, and they were able to just take out multiple members of Secret Elixir at a time. As you mentioned, heavy credit to the Tri user there, Alex, able to get as much as they could out of it. Even if it's not the special, it's just the Tri-Slasher is just enough. So both teams going to have to go to this third map here in Manta Tower Control, and so far we've seen a tale of two teams effectively. I'm going to be curious to see which team, what their story tells here in this third one with Manta Maria Tower Control coming up.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's any adjustments in general, though.
Yeah, well, definitely, especially with a substitution coming out. Both these teams know, like, normally, but with all teams making into the next stage, into the single elim side of the tournament, it's normally a game like this, final round of Swiss, isn't all that meaningful. But having a top four seed being on the line for this game, I'm just looking at the bracket, exclamation mark bracket in the chat. The winner of this game will be a top 4 seeded team, because currently with all the matches being relatively wrapped up that are going to be impactful for their spot in top 4, it's that one of these teams will be in that 4th spot or somewhere else in there, and that will allow them to have a little bit easier time against teams that might have struggled throughout the early half of the tournament to get yourself that easier ride to top 4 and hopefully closer to the championship.
And I feel like it's gonna be, and I feel like it's one of those cases, especially with seeding, as you mentioned, top 4, definitely a good feel. It's like it just helps improve your morale a little bit. It's like, hey, we're able to take this one home at the very end of this Swiss round 4. You want to get that top 4 seed as much as you. Top 4, excuse me, as much as you can if you're in either team's position. So both teams understand what stakes are in play. Even if everybody does qualify to that single elimination bracket, you still want to end in a great position to succeed seeding wise. So hey, this map is going to probably going to decide a lot, honestly, not just for standings but also for team morale.
Yeah, for sure, because you want to avoid teams like Valhalla and Splat or Swim, who've had insane runs today. They have been playing very, very well. The longer you can avoid teams like that, who are feeling hot early on, the better, because you can get built. If you had a slower start earlier, you can build some of that morale later on against teams that might have been struggling, and really just have fun. Because also, winning more games is oftentimes more fun for teams.
Absolutely, you gotta just be on the winning side of the fence. We're gonna have a tri-slosher duel, by the way, but something to boot here is a double 8-jet composition with the Trizuken cooler on the setup for on the side for Kubata 2 Euros. The other side for Secret Elixir, they got the T-Tech and that Nautilus in play, the Inkstorm and the Trip Strikes available if they want to take advantage of it. So gonna be curious to see if this double 8-jet, which actually is probably a very solid pick in Manta Ray in the grand scheme of things, pans out. The first tower is going to be pushed by Kubata 2 Euros for about a few points before trading already starts happening.
I haven't seen a inkjet comp try ballpoint like this since Business Casualties pulled that out. And I know Brush is over in production laughing about that one. But yeah, this first checkpoint, it should be Secret Elixirs pretty well uncontested. As I say that, they won't be able to get too much more. It was uncontested, but it cost them to go for the second checkpoint.
Yeah, trying to build up for that second checkpoint, and all they could get was just that first one, with the rest of Kubata 2 Euros able to make that one work. And now they have more range Trizuka shots being fired from distance. This is Kubata 2 Euros this time, striking with the first checkpoint until the Tower Rider went down. Space is going to touch that. They finally get that first checkpoint in play, and it's just gonna be a couple more down, just trying to greed for the lead. Not gonna be enough. Effectively, I think that was a tie. So Secret Elixir, they hold for just a few moments. Both teams having a chance to break the first checkpoint, if anything.
I don't know if they know where the Tri-Slosher is on the side of Secret Elixir. There is a Tri-Slosher that is behind them. Oh, they are gonna jump out. Gonna opt to play it a little bit safer. We do see this Rain Cloud getting a lot of space control, but unfortunately pushed back. Carter's gonna easily be taken out by the jet. Caught in no squids land right there.
Yeah, no squids land indeed, and both teams really just scrapping out blow for blow here, just trying to get any sort of control that they can. I'd like to see if this progresses to anything. Key things to note, if I want to take a close look at about 2 Euros side of the fence, I still highlight this double inkjet comp. If they can get any value with their inkjets, both Tri-Sloshers take out each other. A little bit of a mid-surge Tri-Slosher destruction right there. Even with that trade, like, both teams just really can't find any sort of progression up. As soon as I say that, though, Secret Elixir loses all 3 members, and the Cyber has to escape. Kubata 2 Euros will have a push coming up here, and definitely the lead.
And a jet. They have a jet from a ballpoint, which has a tactical on it. So if it falls, it should be able to come back with another jet close by. The Tri-Slosher also goes down. There's a lot of members gone. 5 ticks left on the checkpoint, and the jumps are coming through. So you gotta find these splats. No, they let the checkpoint go. They get the splats. It's all that they got the splats, but that's not what you needed. You let the objective go through, and now there's a checkpoint gone. That's terrible.
Yeah, you got the highlight play there with the double, but that highlight play, what did it really mean? It did the loss of your second checkpoint, and that is a crucial second checkpoint to lose too, where around the street area things can get really messy in a flash. Cooler not quite able to aim right at the tower, right as that noted. So unfortunately, even with that double, losing the checkpoint might be huge in the grand scheme of things. So Secret Elixir needs to be ready for this counter push to happen. But there is an Inkjet that's just right there from Alex. Actually, the Inkjet may not get any value. No, not quite yet. Both teams not going down. Somehow it will be Secret Elixir with any more control before the Snipe Rider drops Kubata 2 euros. They got paint around this tower there, but can they put the stops to this one? It looks like this will be 3 down on Secret Elixir. Secret Elixir's attempt to push is stalled.
Yeah, their push is stalled. Brennan's gonna have to come back from spawn. It's gonna be a drawing board again. We see that all the members around that tactical as a trial you can't really punish that. Your range is too short. You're gonna go for it, but you're gonna get taken out easily. And big 1v1 win on that left side of the map.
Yeah, big victory there. Now this time, Secret Elixir is just trying to temper and stop it as much as you can. But now we can see 2 specials available there. The Trizuka and the Inkjet is going to be available if Kubata 2 euros can make this one work. Kurta gets the stop onto Martin. All that being considered, though, they actually are able to get 2 out of that one. Nals gets double out of that, which is very nice. Now Secret Elixir has to start painting, get any sort of control around this street area for around Kubata 2 euros' side, but the Nihilus and the Snipe Rider is down. The contest at the second checkpoint has to stop right now. Cooler's gonna be right there, and that Cooler is down out of the picture. Brennan gets a fine though. 27 seconds left here. Genie Kubata still loses 2.
They still do lose 2, but the Tri-Slasher on the wall, on a ledge, has the angle, gets 1, is gonna look for a second. Can they find it? No. Huge place, critical place to stay alive. You get the assist, but you cannot fall here now after the Tri-Slasher. 10 seconds on the clock, you're down. I'm worried for Secret Elixir. They have to go into a death trap.
Yeah, they have to go into that big death trap there. Somebody has to retake the tower, and now this Inkjet needs to find Valhalla, but it looks like they won't be able to do just that. Now the raining specials are right there. This is everything could be collapsing onto Secret Elixir in a flash. They lose 3. Now the wipeout is fully secured. Kubata 2 euros there. They lose the first map, no problem winning the next 2, and they win this set out 2-1.
Wow, and that solidifies them into the top 4 of the seeding, which is good. All the teams will be moving on, but you know what? That just feels a little bit better, so you don't have to play the 4-0 teams quite as soon. So, good job from Kubata 2 euros to really bounce back and stick with their program and not get mentally boomed by that early match. Which honestly, with 27 points going in that weren't needed, I would have been tilted up my teammates. I'm gonna be straight up honest.
yeah, for sure. Like with the way that first map gone, you wonder if Kubata 2 euros were gonna rebound just nicely there. And hey, they were able to do just that. The second map was actually really convincing, all things considered, with that museum zone. So now they kind of had the impression, okay, maybe we can definitely wrestle this one back for the third one. Very scrappy between both teams. Ultimately, Kubata 2 euros did just enough, not only for the second checkpoint cleared out. Now Secret Elixir had to just basically be able to contest around that area as much as they could. And hey, Kubata 2 euros, I gotta commend them though. Just the way that first map went, as you mentioned, a lot of people probably could have tilted in that situation with the way that map was progressing.
Yeah, honestly, like when you think of 27 points, imagine playing Splat zones and the other team gets wiped, but they still have control of the zone, and you and your teammates don't paint the zone for 27 ticks of that timer. Just imagine that. Think about that in your head for a second. Or letting the tower just roll 27 points forward. I know it happens in Rainmaker where you kind of forget about it and then they run the Rainmaker behind you. It happens and all, but like, just think about it in other modes other than Clan Blitz. That would be a tilting experience. That'd be like queuing up for Splatfest kind of tilting experience.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the key thing to note too is that was the final round of Swiss. In fact, actually, the brackets should be set up here. So Genie, we're gonna be on our way to the first round. If you are ready to go for that one, that's up to you. Otherwise, I mean, I love that the Swiss rounds here have delivered in any retrospect, and just getting to see all these teams go back at it. So hey, we're concluded to the Swiss rounds. Onto the single elimination brackets we go here, Genie.
Well, let's do it. Let's get one more match on here for us. I know the match is going to be 8K Ping versus Smoking Moais. That'll be a great match. But before we have that match ready for you, we are going to go to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Single elimination is coming right up.
I know you love me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky. To you. To you. my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I need you to feel me. I wanna word you into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky to you. To be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky to you. Yes to you.
けど悲しい出来事が絶え間なく続いてるなぜ僕らは傷つけ合うのか分かり合うことが優しさを生むのに Love つながりたいんだそうさきっと大きな心になる Try 巻き込みたいんだ止まらないようにその愛を走らせていつまでも僕ら連なってく見えるかいこれが僕たちの地球だ美しい星ビューティフルスター輝くためには必要なものがあるそれは自然を愛する心バランスの取れた食生活十分な睡眠時間日に焼けた肌乾いた心では一つにはな
Hello and welcome back from the break. Sorry it was a little bit longer. We have found ourselves into a new match. It's Kubata 2 Euros again versus Je Croutons. I should say I am GD7, joined by Kian. And Kian, are you ready to just jump halfway in through this set?
Jumping halfway is the best way to phrase the current situation here. For those who are tuning into this one, the first map has actually been played out already, so halfway is definitely the way to phrase it. Winner, by the way, for this one is Kubata 2 Euros, winning the Undertow Rainmaker map. So we are on to the counterpick side, which from what we're seeing is Inkblot Art Academy Target Control. This should be a fascinating one.
Oh, crazy. Woo! Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah.
Counterpick. Yeah, free thinkers. Yeah. Bro, why? Why? Like, I need to see that you are a better team than the other team on Inkblot Tower Control. Hold up. Oh, they swipe one? Nope. Yeah, here we go. No, yeah. Still Inkblot. Like, if you're gonna go to Tower Control, bro, like, you could go to Hagglefish, you could go to Mako, Manta, Cargo, like, Ship Shape. I like Inkblot Tower Control, but everybody goes there, so it's not original. It's like throwing away a counterpick of a map that you could have a strategy perfected on. I don't know. It's a rant I'll say every time, because it makes me mad every time.
I start to wonder if Inkblot will always be the running trend. Like, we can always default to Inkblot. We're gonna be unoriginal for everyone here. So, I'm sure we'll get everybody ranting big time about seeing Inkblot. Oh goodness, it's here again. Moments here. Kubata 2 Euros, as we just covered from the last time, but we got Je Croutons making their appearance September 2022. Low Ink winners. If I'm not mistaken, the first Low Ink in Splatoon 3. If I'm not, if my timeline is correct. So this will be a fascinating one to see. Both teams have already loaded into Tower Control. Again, we are literally just jumping midway through this set, excuse us, with Kubata 2 Euros up 1-0, and it looks like Kubata 2 Euros is going to probably be sticking to what has worked for them on that side. On the side of Je Croutons, interesting choices.
I love the range master pick on this map. It has a unique property of being a blaster while having enough range to get a lot of damage done. The only problem is it does not fare well against this ballpoint in a position like this. You need some good pressure from members like Kermit on this brush to get a lot of damage done.
Absolutely. And speaking of Herman, they're trying to get a lot of damage themselves. They're just not able to find anybody else with this one. And this will be Kubata 2 Euros right away, taking this tower. They're getting through those trip strikes there. This should be the first checkpoint, unless they're having to wait for that Trizuki to get out of there. But at the very least, it's going to be the first checkpoint, but it's just the lone little T-Tech there from space just on that one. Somehow getting value out of the trade, but this push is effectively done. First checkpoint's cleared out for Kubata 2 Euros, and this will be the tower resetting back to mid.
Yeah, the tower is going to reset. We have a cooler approaching. I really need to see a lot more space creation, especially off of something like maybe this killer whale coming through. And again, the range was it kind of just got collapsed on with teammates sitting around it. It needs paint support, and as soon as it has that paint support, it can really start doing its damage. But until then, it'll just kind of be a free splat every time. Yeah, definitely. So now let's see how this one continues to progress out here. We do see 3 specials are actually available there. Space using that trip strike, the Ancient also being used with a ballpoint full suit there. Alex trying to see if they can get anybody with that Ancient. Looks like no dice so far. Everybody kind of just being spread around as it stands. Stars kind of just stuck into this neutral state, so I'd like to see if any special usage is going to be used effectively there. With 3 specials now available, we got 3 specials available on one side. Now everything is going to be used. The entire kitchen sink is thrown there for Je Croutons, but can't they get anybody else? But no, not at all. They lose 3, and this will be Kubata 2 Euros retaking the tower once more. Yeah. Oh, and that beautiful play from the Trustbuster. Alex able to find exactly what they need. Now they have this jet ready to go. They're gonna pop it. Have to watch out. A range blaster, it can fire you out of the sky. Unfortunately for them, they're stuck down in the corner. They are gonna jump out, and that's 2 members gone. We're gonna see this giant flank from Hermit, but it gets called up super easy and super early by the ball player.
Yeah, just Herman not able to get anybody else with that flank, having to just retreat back to their team. This is just effectively more points for Kubata 2 Euros. They get 2, they get 3. Everybody from Je Croutons is quickly going down one by one, and now it's just a lone V-Shot who is playing heroics right there, but it's just not going to be enough by the grand scheme of things unless the swap is huge, and it will be just the blaster, the T-Type, who wins that one in space, that wins the duel, and the KO is there. Kubata 2 Euros wins the second map of this best of 5.
Oh my goodness, their game plan, their execution was phenomenal here. For a counter pick, not difficult to lose your own counter pick, but it is Inkling Tower, so I don't have to harp on that point too much. They did so well, and space at the end, beautiful plays with the tri-strikes, dancing and dodging around, able to get the splats on tower with some bombs and everything around it. Just also being the last one alive, riding the tower into the sunset with that nice explosion it has at the end. Chef's kiss. Beautiful play at the end.
Absolutely, and honestly, just the 1v1 really from space was just all you need. Just the icing on the cake to get the KO. Losing that duel effectively puts everything back to mid, and then we would have seen things progress out here. Now, you mentioned Inkplot tower control being one of them. There is technically another Inkplot map, if I'm not mistaken, that would be available for another counter pick. Please, heaven forbid that gets picked, all things considered. But I like what Kubata 2 Euros did just there, and Je Croutons just could not get anything started right away. So I need to see if there are any adjustments. More importantly, this counter pick is going to be huge, and I think if I'm not mistaken, this will be the last opportunity for Je Croutons to get a counter pick. If they were to win out the remaining maps, Kubata 2 Euros will have the rest of the counter picks in their favor. So just something to keep in mind. This will be a very important counter pick coming up for Je Croutons.
And it's massive because the General Squad's agreement of always going into Inkling tower control will not be in their favor. So that map being off the table, everything here on out will be a map that you can have at least a little bit more of a thought out strategy. I'm looking at some weird maps on here, like Crab Leg, Clam Blitz. I know teams don't like often going to newer stages or even Clam Blitz at all, but it's just, if you have a unique strategy on something like that, it could work out. Especially if you have like a brush. Brushes can always prefer that. I'm also weird to see a brush player want to go to a tower control map because the brush players I know usually avoid those.
Well, you did say clams maps, which could be interesting, and you are correct. They wouldn't pick some of the more recent ones. It's actually going to be Scorch Clams on the counter pick this go around. So I'm going to be curious to see if Je Croutons has something ready to go for this Scorch Clams map. Kubata 2 Euros, so something to highlight here since we are joining midway through this one. This is going to be match point for this one. If Kubata 2 Euros wins this one out, they move on to that next round here in the single elimination bracket. So, of course, Kubata 2 Euros will just need to be thinking of the comp that basically will win them out in Scorch Clams, of course, along with their gameplay.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that the Range Blaster has subbed out, so Pick Attack is in. So I'm not 1,000% what Pick Attack will be subbing into play, but definitely a better pick up than the Range Blaster on a map like Scorch Clams. It's a Range Blaster enjoyer and a Scorch Clams enjoyer. They do not mix well. They are oil and water with their current kit.
No kidding on that. That's actually a really good analogy to boot. So this is good. So with the Range Blaster out of the picture, this kind of throws in a few wrenches as to what a Pick Attack could definitely do there on Croutons end there. Both teams are kind of thinking things out here with the Scorch Clams counter pick, but I want to jump right into Kubata 2 Euros. We literally just covered the Swiss set last go round. If I get my timeline right there, where they won the last two, and that momentum's just been carrying them forward to winning two straight as well. So this has been 4 straight maps. Hopefully, I didn't jinx them, of course, but Kubata 2 Euros are doing an excellent job. Hoping to make it 5 straight, and then of course the sweep coming up here. As both teams are queued up here in the battle time, so we should be switching here shortly for that matter. Genie, pivotal map here for Je Croutons to stay alive.
Yep. Both these teams wanting to stay alive in this tournament. We know that they will be playing up against 8K ping in their next match. Single elim, you don't want to go down in a 3-0 fashion if you're Je Croutons. So we'll see if they can hold on against Kubata 2 Euros in this game 3.
Yeah, so already quick things I'm noting here from the side of Je Croutons. Double Trizuka Cooler is making their grand entrance there, with the 4th pick being the Ink Brush that Hermit's just trying to get any value that they can out of the Ink Brush. So like to see how this is gonna work out for them. And this is gonna be the same double inkjet on the context for Scorch there, as the Tri-Slosher does go down by the end of it, but it is still gonna be 2 inkjets available there. Not until the Trizuka has other ideas, and that's Hermit taking multiple members out of the picture. Now the space should be built up there, but where is that Power Clan? Power Clan's just not there yet. Rest of Croutons are gonna have to just escape there for just about a few seconds.
Yeah, the pencil is so good at shutting down inkjets in the sky. It can hit them from a great range and take them out. Same with Zuka. Having 2 Zukas and also a machine, which can also do a lot of work against Zukas when you're in the right spot, can be really, really good. Unfortunately, when you get collapsed on mid by a Tri-Slosher who walked across the grating, it can be a little bit dangerous. We have that Tacticooler out for Kubata 2 Euros. So we're going to see if they can really get an opportunity here. They've got 10 clams to their name, but I'm not sure if they have a power made yet. No, they don't.
No power clam made yet until that very moment there. That's a nice find from Big Attack, but that's all it is. Just the trade of the ink. The inkjet isn't going to get any value. That's not going to matter too much, though. That is pushed right away from Kubata 2 Euros' side. But will they get any follow-up there? Yes, they will. It's actually a delayed triple. This will be a lot of clams coming in here.
Oh, here they go.
At least that's what I think. That's going to be 3 clams out. 2 members are having to respawn in. So now the ballpoint and the rest of the Zap now able to cash this one in big time. And now we could be seen a lot more. But with everybody back up for Croutons, this is their time to get that defense clamp down. They get 3 out of the picture. No problem whatsoever. The rest of the team, the wipeout is there. Nicely done. But it's 29 points remaining. Big push for Kubata 2 Euros.
They got a couple more clams sneaking in at the end there. That is massive from Kubata 2 Euros. We're going to see that there's already been a Tacticooler out. Hermit's on the way forward, but there is no power clam that has been made. You still have to fight to make this power clam. It has been, and now finally launched in the basket. We have a Zuka out. What's it able to find? Nothing but counter Zuka. It finds massive value.
Yeah, that counter Zuka, you absolutely said it there. It found so much value there, because if the Trizukas landed from Croutons, that could have been the advantage they needed to cut this deficit smaller there. But with that counter Zuka, as you mentioned, just getting that other Trizuka out of the picture, that effectively stalled that push. Again, the deficit is still manageable, still plenty of time, but Croutons are going to need a little bit more out of the tank here if they can make this one work. We do have a special available from Hermit with the Killer Whale. Hopefully to sight out anybody that they could find if they were to use it. Right now, just opting to play this one patiently by throwing a few splat bombs into that picture. Whale is going to get used there. He'll spotted a few, and that will be the power climb holder going down. That's 2 down. Hermit's able to get a lot of value, and this could be the push that they need.
Oh, the counter Zuka is going to be out on the ground. Lots of splats found. Again, big opportunity. Gotta get this power. Gotta get a power. They have it now. There's going to be a pity with a jump in. This could be really close to lead. Really darn close, but you need more clams if Big Attack has nothing. Oh, but the God spawns come through.
Yeah, that just came through all right, but again, not the lead yet, but now even more manageable. One push at a time continues to be the mantra here for Je Croutons. So now we got to see how this continues to progress out. There's that Trizuka from Rector Roar for that matter, but it looks like won't be able to find anybody else. Minute and 12 left to go on the clock as the Tri-Slosher has gone down on top of things. They do have a park limit that is available. They're still trying to sneak their way through, but can they get anything happening there? That's 3 down. That was huge. Martin has just built up the space needed. We could be seeing another push here shortly.
Another push is imminent. It's here. It's ready. It's now. There goes a power clam into the basket with a inkjet following suit. Lots of clams going in. 20. It's all going to be all the way down to 14. Some more clams are on its way into this basket. The Tri-Slosher opting to take the fight instead of playing objective. This could come back to cost them because that was 2 clams. That was 6 points where this game could have been different.
And look at what's going on here with Croutons. They got 2 power clams available. Bells has 1. The pity clam stuck at base. This is gonna be a big moment. They have to be able to find some of those fights. I need to keep an eye on it on their special user because they got none right now. So it's gonna be down to picks. They take out the shot right away. They take out the zap. On top of it, that's a huge snipe onto the ball point, but they lose 2 in the process. This will at least be the push in here. They gotta get everybody in. The small clams are being chucked in here right now. 30 points remaining. There's that small little power clam that was lost. They have to jump this one in. Are they able to get this one in? Yes, they do! They take the lead back at a big moment! And they're still overtime taking that one clam to throw it in, and a come from behind victory there. Croutons still keeps their hopes alive here in High Ink.
Oh my goodness. I thought that was the game was going to be over with how the clam spawns were going and going different ways, but somehow, some way, the power clam was able to get in. Hermit grabs it with the brush. Any other weapon in the game, I don't even think Octo Brush would have been fast enough to pick that thing up and put it in the basket. That was such a close game, and that's a counter pick that they needed to win. They will be able to stay alive here, Keon, but oh my goodness, their road. It's a long uphill road from here.
No kidding on that. Now it's counterpick time the rest of the way for Kubota 2 euros. And actually, they're going to be very swift with this counterpick. That took no time at all, Genie. I'll let you speak to this one if you want.
Zone's Hagglefish is going to be the counterpick. It's another map that like Inkling Tower Control has been very prevalent out of Splatoon 3's history. It's very commonly seen. I'm gonna be straight up honest. If you have a ballpoint player and you're going to be taking a Sniper Rider player who zones Hagglefish, I'm a little bit concerned because Sniper Rider is very powerful here. This is the map, this is the mode combination where Sniper Rider built its name from being a meme weapon that was just a worse bamboo that has a sprinkler for a sub and a cooler that it can't use to becoming the crazy pencil that we've seen it become, which is, I don't know, on Pencil's best map, I wouldn't take a Pencil player here.
I'm a little worried about this counterpick because here's the interesting G with how fast that counterpick went. There must be some sort of plan that Kubota 2 euros, at least from my perspective, have, because that was so quick. Like they just no hesitation there. So they're gonna be taking it to that Hagglefish zones where you mentioned they have a pencil that is available from Je Croutons, and see how this one works out. Again, you had that ballpoint player. They're gonna stick to the same thing. They pretty much knew it was the sniper that is available. It is, if I'm not mistaken, yes, this is, I believe, the same composition both teams are gonna be taking each other to. Gonna be curious to see how the execution is gonna work. Yeah,
and also Jet is very commonly used in 2 spots on either side of the zones. And you shoot a Zuka shot up there. It's the Jets can fall so fast. So I'm very worried, and I'm honestly more or less believing that we're gonna see a game 5.
This could be very possible here, as there's only just the lone Inkjet that is running. This is a quick zone flip, and then even more pressure out there. This is a very defensive maneuver there, which is allowing Roar to just fire with the Trizukas, which won't find anybody from what we see so far. No, not at all. Now a counter Trizuka is being dished out. They got one. The Neo Sloshing Machine out of the picture. Now everybody's trying to push right up ahead. They heard your words there nicely. And the Hermit found 2. I just saw that. Hermit found 2 on a flank. Definitely the retake here. So they will have to take down on some of those penalty points. And these respawns are going to be staggered in here. And I believe a delayed wipeout on top of it. Croutons looking really good so far.
Hermit sliding through underneath of the Jets and going to the back line, getting to the two members who are just painting up zone and playing objective and painting for the special. And in doing so, when the recalls happen, all the rest of the members were there ready to go. The Zukas are out. Both teams just absolutely launching these back and forth. But somehow, someway, nobody falls.
How? Yeah, nobody falls at all. The Zukas found no value, but the rest of Croutons said, forget those Zukas. We're gonna just take you in. But no, they're at your base with the wipeout, and that is a pivotal time for the wipeout here. Kubota 2 Euros has to rush right in. They only have 2 inkjets to their name. They lose the shot on top of it, and Genie, you called it out there as well. We're gonna be going on to a game 5.
Is it? I don't understand. Can teams just take 1 second and think about counter picks? Please. Like, I don't understand how difficult it is to look and see, I have this weapon, they have that weapon. Maybe we don't go to the map that we always go to, that everyone always plays. I'm flabbergasted. Look what happens when you play at Scorch Clams on a map mode that your team has a better composition than the other team on. I don't know. But anyway, it's entertaining for everybody to watch because we have a game 5.
I can only imagine, like, everything in your mind there, Genius. Why this particular map? Kubota 2 Euros. Kubota 2 Euros had to have something cooking there with Hagelfish Zones, but they stuck to the same script there. You called it out too. The Sniper, just a perfect painting weapon in Hagelfish Zones. You sort of wondered that counterpick was going to be the correct choice by the end of it, and I think we saw what the results were, Genie. Just one retake, and all it did was take it down to 7 points. The KO secure for Croutons. So now they are not fast with this counterpick. They realized that counterpick they just had was pretty much gone to the wind. So Kubota 2 Euros still has that one counterpick advantage that they have, but they're probably like double guessing themselves or thinking twice about what map they want to pick next.
You gotta think. You don't want to take it to a map where a sniper rider can do well. You don't want to take it where a brush can kind of do well. We've been seeing the machine and the shot, the double Zuka, which was so strong there. Where can your double inkjet really prove to be the difference maker? I honestly, I know Brush is good there, but Humpback, Pump Truck, Rainmaker, if that's able for them to be picked, or Undertow, Rainmaker, but I forget, what was game 1?
Game 1 was Undertow, Rainmaker, but they believe they won
Undertow, Rainmaker, so they can't go to Rainmaker.
If that holds out, some of their choices that they have right now isn't going to be available. I would
want to go to Rainmaker, but you can't go.
That's what I'm honestly waiting to see what this pick is going to be from Kubota 2 Euros. You mentioned you mentioned here counter picks in play. They are having to just think multiple times. I think this has to be a huddle to see what is the map we gotta figure out that negates the advantages of that double Trizuka and that cooler comp. We see it on our end, of course. Genie, there it is. It is Mako Zones.
Okay, so I know Zones Mako. It's like people could be saying, Genie, well, Zones Mako, Zones Hagelfish, TC Inkblot. Those are all like 3 staples of Splatoon. But their composition on Kubota 2 Euros is on paper stronger. Double Jet on this map can beat out double Zuka. Brush has value here, but doesn't have as much value here on other zones maps that are around. Like I'm looking at Mahi, where Pencil can dominate. Same with Museum. This is a zones map where Ballpoint and Try will do better. And as I say that, they swapped to E-Litter. So why didn't you pick it up?
Because forget that idea which you just had there. They either just threw you off for a bit of a loop there. No double H-Jet anymore.
E-Litter's mid here. Sniper Rider better here. Oh what? No.
Genie, I'm sure there will be a lot of questions you're gonna be asking here by the end of it, but that's what they're gonna pick right now. Is that E-Litter? Look at Hermit, by the way, just going right from the back. Goodbye, E-Leader. That's a good fight from Hermit, and now this is just a bit of a mosh fight here. It's a little bit of a scrappy fight on both sides. Both teams are losing multiple at a time, but the respawns are gonna heavily favor Kubota 2 Euros. He just went on, I believe, on a delayed wipe on top of it, so they may have figured something out here right now. With Hermit going down again, they're taking out on these points remaining.
I don't. This has been the most entertaining best of 5 I've seen it in a long time. It's just funny at this point. The Zuka is out on this left side. Space has their tri-strikes online, have to back up. Are they able to find one? Yes, they are able to find one before going down. And Hermit quick and easy. Paint over that zone. Have to watch out because his jet does have their name. But unfortunately, again, Hermit just walks up and slowly slaps you in the face with a brush and takes you out.
That's the worst feeling. The brush just sneaks up to you. Hello. We're just gonna slap you a few more times and just take you out just like that. And now we get to see the rest of Kubata 2 Euros. See if they can continue to get out of those penalty points here in a hurry. Can this Elixir find anybody else with that sniper? We just missed one shot, but the sniper is down. By the way, but the zones is going to be neutralized in just a few seconds, and now multiple members are down. The points remain are continuing to tick down for Kubata 2 Euros.
Oh my goodness. This is a tight game. They are able to have this control, but they don't have any specials at the ready to really be able to defend. Most of them are coming on a line here on the other side. It's going to be Croutons able to try and find some space in, but they need to paint the zone here. You know, it's going to be dangerous. Hermit's got to find the splats onto the sniper, but they have to paint the zone. The zone still has not been painted. Finally, thank you.
The Genie, they finally heard you. I was afraid they were gonna mess up that advantage. Well, they got the zones right then and there, and now this will be the rest of Croutons. Well, they were able to take it on 72 before quickly losing it. They aided to the trip strikes that helped retake the zone big time, but this is turning into one of those scrappy fights here, as Space was able to find one. Sprinklers being thrown into the zone there, if anything, to throw it to anything. And Hermit is completely caught out of position. Space just found them, but it's still points ticking down. Croutons needs to keep up with this pressure.
I think that was a good feed by Hermit, because that space was created by taking, well, space away. Alex able to get another good critical splat. And Space and Alex have been just proving to be so good. Hermit gone again. Tactical is going to be online inside of the zone for about 2 Euros. And the other side, they'll also have a retake cooler at the ready.
Yes, and now we get to see how the rest of this plays out. But 2 members are, by the way, down on the side of Croutons. This is the delayed triple. They should be out of the penalty box, and now the rest of them are down. The delayed wipe is there. Hermit's pretty much their last chance. If Hermit goes down, this is not going to help matters. But this is 5 points. They're still taking down big time. Everybody needs to get over the zone. They did it. And that will be Kubata 2 Euros winning this set 3-2. The reverse sweep is denied.
The counter pick came to fruition. The Tri-Slosher on a Tri-Slosher map was the right pick. I like that. Sure, the Elixir was funny, the funny moment, but my goodness, that is how you counter pick people. You play a map that your team has a better advantage compositionally on. If the other team counter picks you with counter strats, it happens. But thank you. Finally.
The big worry there was the Hagel zones. It was just so fast, but they wasted no time. They decided, okay, Mako zones is our best chance to fight back with their competition. They did it very well, very scrappy across the board, but just a few key moments there, Genie, that helped them deny the reverse sweep on Croutons. And I gotta give credit to Croutons for just being able to fight back despite everything that was going against them. But Commentators are gonna continue on to the next round.
They are going to continue on to the next round. They will be going up against 8K Ping. And with that, Keon, our time here, as the matches will be proceeding on, we will be stopping.
Yeah. We'll give you a breather there. I'm glad I commentated this one with you, Genie. Where can the people find you?
They can find me at Genie7. That's GEENIE7 _ on Twitter. No underscore on all other socials. I have a new computer that is ready to stream. I am so happy. So please follow my Twitter so you can keep up to date whenever I'm commentating other events or going live. But with that, Keon, where can the lovely people find you?
The lovely people can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and as well, Kiln2570. There you can smash the follow button. Twitter, I just post any sort of nonsense I feel like. Twitch, I stream Splatoon, but I also do variety. So hit that follow button if you want to follow a lot of the content there. But Genie, thank you for being an amazing co-com as always, and taking us through Swiss and this first round of Top Cut. But we gotta switch it up with newer comms. So with Genie, I'm Kiln saying. Don't go anywhere. More high action will be coming to you shortly. You don't want to miss a thing.
Hello, friends, and welcome to High Ink 3. I am Popgun, joined by Brush, and we are going to be commentating from here on out. By the way, big shout out to Genie and Keon for commentating 2.5 hours of this. I enjoyed listening to them. I don't know. You were complaining the entire time, Brush. I like them both.
I don't know what you're talking about. I love Genie and Kyon so much. So much so that we put them on Low Ink day 2 every month. Like,
do we?
Come on. I feel like I make the comm call usually. I generally get them both on there. But anyway.
By the way, you usually dip me down when I say back. Did you try to do that this time?
I usually dip you down. It's not me doing it. It's with your volume slider.
Yeah.
I've learned recently, Popgun, that your mic just cuts out. The Discord just doesn't like it, so I don't have to do it anymore.
So I hesitated on purpose to throw you off, but whatever. Hey, Myopsidus, Ikaryoku. 2 teams we haven't put on stream yet are going to be facing each other here. Myopsidus never won a low ink, but they came really stinking close several times. Their best result was second place in December of last year, 2022. They took second place to Crescent Knight. No, not the Crescent Knight that currently plays in low ink. This is a different Crescent Knight. Ikaryoku won low ink in May.
I can fact check
June, July,
It was
June.
It was
Okay.
June.
Ikaryoku won. They actually won a low ink.
And I think it's also on stream, which is great there, Popgun. So I'm glad.
I'm not looking. Okay, so I'm looking at something not on stream. So the idiots in chat are roasting me. I can't see it, which is great.
Hey, it's been fun all day to be watching like those kind of matchups. Not to mention Myopsidus' second place standing was the month before Ikaryoku won. So two teams that at one point in time were very, very neck and neck. I mean, only this set will tell us where they are now.
You know, when Myopsidus was making their runs through Alpha Bracket of Low Ink, Ikaryoku was just a little baby team. They were just like the 2 and 4, 1 and 5 kind of team that eventually rose up to being the team that would win it this year. Again, they get the win over Myopsidus, which is still a team, by the way. Myopsidus is still going strong ever since they stopped playing in Low Ink. Looking to continue success here. It looks like Nova is going to get a nice pick in mid, but not get any ground off of it.
Juice online, but not going to do a ton. Those Splat Dualies unable to grab it off of that respawn, so they're going to take a little bit longer. Push now swaying into the side of Myopsidus' favor. We see Nom Nom getting set up all the way up front. There's Haze on the left side doing a little bit of the same. So a lot of aggression here from Myopsidus early. And with a camp jump, not able to find the pick and go down to the trade there. A little bit unfortunate. And now Ikaryoku somehow out of that exchange. They're the ones pushing ahead and popping specials to get the basket open.
You know, seeing that Myopsidus player shark like that brought me back memories of when they played ITAP a couple of years ago in Low Ink and jumped in with 3 power clams. Probably the most viewed clip in IPL stream history. It's not helping them out right now, though, because Lemon is ripping Myopsidus apart right now as they get down to 59 remaining, and this is a good position for the ball point of Nova to be in control of it.
And they're going to be able to hold this for a little bit longer, but not before getting a little bit scared off by the slosher on the side of Myopsidus. So backed up now is Nova. Map slowly shifting orange, and picks go down on either side. So just this dogfight in mid is going to continue until Myopsidus finds a couple good picks.
They do, and they're going to get a lot more on top of that as well. Get some more picks. Lemon's going to be slow. So this is like a delayed-ish white, sort of, with the power clam jumping in. That should be the lead going into Myopsidus' favor there with about 3 minutes left to go. And wisely backing up. I like the fact that teams just don't sell their souls to try to throw in a few more clams. It's more important how you finish these pushes. Myopsidus keeping control of mid after getting the lead.
Now in round 2 of bracket. Wow, am I struggling here, Popman, to just say what round we're in. It's gonna be Ikaryoku looking to regain some ground here. They're 1 clam and a ball away from that lead, so a little bit of pressure is all they need. But with a pick and a trade down in mid, they're gonna back up. Nom Nom, great job putting on the pressure with that wiper.
Maybe we should have done the opening block and let Genie and Keon close this one out without
we get him back here actually
right now. Hey, things looking good for Myopsidus though. Looking pretty good here.
It does. I mean, they don't really need to push more technically, but with 2 minutes left, I mean, you don't really have another choice. The stally trading gameplay that we're watching right now, though, I mean, it's going to go to the defender, and defending now is Myopsidus, so they're sitting pretty. But juice online for Ikaryoku and 3 picks in their favor. It looks like that's going to not last much longer.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a window right here. Oh, who's this flaking around the right? Is that Nom Nom?
That is
with
Nom Nom.
The Deco wiper. Got missiles with them, and they're not going to accomplish much other than a distraction. Maybe slow things down for the rest of their teammates to jump back into the action and get a few splats here and there. But not quite the window that Ikaryoku was hoping would open up for them. So maybe that flank by Nom Nom, even though they didn't get any splats, did slow things down enough for the rest of the members to come back in and shut down that push. 1 minute to go.
Absolutely. I mean, that flank definitely slowed things down, but the push was stalled before that, and it's something Myopsidus here, putting on the pressure, putting on the gas. They're able to get 2 power clams in, plus more clams here from Haze. It's something Ikaryoku wasn't able to accomplish on the push of their own. They were stuck on this ramp area, but look at how Myopsidus takes advantage of that juice, moves ahead, moves forward, gets so many points on the board, and still backs up Ikaryoku. They just got the backup game.
Yeah, having mid be that teal of a color at the end of the push. Mwah! Perfecto! Coming out from Myopsidus there. Well, no. I was going to say, there's still a window here for Ikaryoku, but that window's closed pretty rapidly. They got some clams to do it. they don't have a cheesy Kraken to find a way to slip past all of that stuff, and they just lost one of their ballpoint players. I think this one might just be a wrap going into Myopsidus' favor.
We'll get to play
Overtime.
the 30 seconds of overtime, but Navy with that ball stuck on the right side going down. Screaming this way. Hey, look at me. There's Lemon, but unable to do anything. But with those dodge rolls around, that ball is going to despawn here. It's going to be our first game. Myopsidus takes it in some very aggressive fashion with those pushes.
Nicely done by them. Them being Myopsidus here.
Thanks for clarifying.
I'm just looking over the Battlefy chat, and there's just this. Okay, so some behind the scenes stuff here. This tournament's been pretty chill so far. We were expecting it to be anything but that, but so far it's been pretty nice. One team did drop because their mom made them do chores. And the other team thought there was nothing after the Swiss stage, so they just didn't show up. But other than that, things have been going pretty smooth. But it looks like looks like there's some. I was gonna call out anybody, but it looks like. Do I need to start writing some letters to some parents and just be like, "Hey,
I mean,
my name is Popgun. I'm a 33-year-old guy in the United States. Your child has an opportunity to win a tournament that guarantees absolutely nothing for them other than some swag points on the internet. You should let them stay up a little bit later so that they can accomplish that."
we can't offer anything. No college scholarship. Not even a Sendu badge from this
not
one.
allowed
But
to.
hey, you can get some bragging rights, and mother isn't that worthwhile.
And that's all we're doing for this. High Ink is just bragging rights. And so far it's been pretty competitive. I'm trying to look up. So Myopsidus finished second place in December 2022. Did Ikaryoku play in that one? They did. I'm curious how good they actually did. In the low ink that Myopsidus finished second place, Ikaryoku dropped after getting one win and losing 3 matches. So not a good run from them. They held their own in that first game right there. It looks like we got a counter pick coming in. Splat zones at the museum.
Splat zones at the museum.
But let's think about that. Did you think Ikaryoku at December of last year, after winning 1 game and 3 losses and saying, okay, we're done, would be playing in High Ink not even a year later, 11 months later?
I think maybe the more nuanced question is, would we be seeing both of these teams back on the stage together? I think the joke at the time, right, was Myopsidus can get second place, but will they ever get first? I mean, the same purgatory we saw access denied in forever. So you see a team like Ikaryoku wake up from December to June and really be able to show up and show out and prove they're a team that will be at the top of sort of this Div 5 bubble that we have here in Low Ink. The question to me, I think, is more so the craziness that it is Myopsidus being across from them, being the ones who are improving with them at the same time. I mean, these two teams we've seen go head-to-head a million times before in Low Ink.
Well, we've seen teams of that kind of narrative go up against each other for sure. Ikaryoku being a team that has disbanded, so they are one of the many zombie teams, a team that has come back from the dead playing in this tournament. I think other than Splat or Swim, they might be the best quote-unquote zombie team that we got left in this stage. Actually, no, Inked Killers and Valhalla. Actually, no, a lot of these teams are still kind of zombie teams. Now that I sit back and look at it, the vast majority of them. Splat Zones Museum. It's going to be game 2 here. Just waiting one more player ready up, and we'll be going into this one. Ikaryoku trying to hold serve and get back into tie up the set at 1 apiece.
Something spinners, something flanks, something weapon choice.
Somebody dropping at the right to do a flank, and then they realize it doesn't work, and then they jump right back out, and then we're good. Something. Hopefully nobody DCs from this one, and we did at least. Is it just us? A communication error has occurred. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
so
you for
glad we spent time prepping that map mode and building the narrative there. I'm so glad we talked about map choice and mode. Man.
And it looks like everyone DC'd from that one. We are getting the confirmation, I am so sorry, from the host, who will not be named, and it wasn't us, so it's not our fault.
Man.
Right?
Have you played at a Splatfest recently, Popcom?
I haven't played this one. I've been playing Mario RPG this whole weekend.
How's that going?
Great. I mean, it's a game that was... I played the SNES original.
When did that come
obviously,
out?
when I was a kid. Oh, like 94.
Cool.
Maybe
cool.
96.
Okay.
That time frame. So I understand. Look, it's the same exact game. It's $60. It's just a reskin, which is fine. I mean, $60 isn't fine, but I still bought it, so I guess I can't really complain. Or maybe I can. I don't know. Because I bought it, I can complain about it. But the game itself, yeah, it's over 20, 25 years old. And if you were to play it, because this game came out long before you were born, even.
Hey.
So if you were to play it for the first time, it would be a completely different experience for you versus me, who's playing it to try to recapture nostalgia, understanding what that game meant at the time that it came out, right? So like Ocarina of Time, another game you weren't around for when it first came out, but when it came out, it was such a game changer for video games in general. It was just such a culture shock when that game first came out. So you could play it today, and even me playing it today, I'll be like, okay, the Z targeting's not as good as I remember, and like I'm constantly fighting the camera, and like the enemies aren't that intuitive or intriguing as you thought they were at the time. But I can still appreciate it because I knew what it was at the time. And I'm not trying to like gatekeep your experience or like people your age's experience with video games, but you get what I'm saying. Like you couldn't understand. Like you're not going to see the game the same way I do, even though.
Would you believe the question I asked you before that monologue was, have you played the Splatfest?
You know how much I spend talking to myself in the car about random nonsense?
I just wanted to know.
nothing.
I just wanted to know if you were handshake, fist bump, or hug, man. Like, come on.
Whatever Team Shiver was what I picked.
Which one's Shiver?
I think handshake.
Okay.
Which is fine. I'm probably a fist bump because don't touch me, but oh well.
Okay.
Game 2. Nobody DC'd. We're good to go.
You see Popgun at a LAN in the future. Fist bump it is.
No, bro hug's fine. But if
hug.
I don't know you, fist bump is the way to go.
One opening to the far right. Look at that. You called it. With your
Yeah,
something.
but then they realize nothing's there. Oh my gosh, I'm in a 1v3. Let me just die. Okay.
Thanks, Lemon.
But you always got to do that, right? You got to keep the opponent honest. But we've played this map so often now. If you're not expecting one player to drop and try to flank along like your left side of the map, you know, like what are you doing at that point?
But hey, that element of surprise gets them a delayed team wipe, and they're the first ones in control. That's Myopsidus trying to carry their 1-0 advantage in this set forward. 55 ticks now remaining. A push coming back in for Ikaryoku. They'll find the neutral and we'll find the cap with the pick.
Yeah, nicely bounced back there. I don't know if the flank actually did anything, but it was still a better opening for Myopsidus as they were able to get most of the splats. Regardless now, this Zipcaster is not going to accomplish a whole heck of a lot as a lot more players on the side of Myopsidus gets wiped out. This is going to be a lead for Ikaryoku. Now Nom Nom's going to try it again. Oh, not inking the surface. They'll never find it here. Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord. Something's never changed. I feel like I saw that in low ink last month. I mean,
I would do that all the time in Splatoon 2 or like Erewhon Mall, just not ink like one of those hallways, just walk it with your Splatling. It would work all the time in solo queue, not so much in comp when people can just do DC.
well, hey, there's the importance of call-outs as the zone unable to flip into Myopsidus' favor. So Ikaryoku, 25 ticks now to the lead as their push continues. Fruk on the right side, opting to paint the flank. Let's see if the third player for Myopsidus can do anything on this side. Finding the neutral, there's the strikes, and the cap is going to come out for Myopsidus. So hey, all you need to do to use that flank is be a slosher, I suppose.
Right now, Myopsidus back in control of things. Navy trying to stay along this left side. Is that the same Navy that was on the Wiggly Phantoms at one point?
No. Navy is Wiggly Phantom's Navy. I check in with them every once in a while, but they're not playing anymore.
So we got 2 players in this community, or well, maybe 1 player in the community still named Navy at this point. Regardless, Myopsidus got rid of all their penalty points, and Lemon says, "Hey, drop this side, see what happened over here," and they are successful with it, and they might be able to save the zone on top of it because they got a crab. Nice play by Lemon.
There's something funny about the scale of the crab painting the zone. I mean, there's just something there. It just looks a little goofy, but it works, so hey, Cap will flip to Ikaryoku.
You know, if you stop and think about several things in this game out of context, everything in this is kind of good. Look, what is this player doing? Riding a jetpack that is squirting out the same thing that they can shoot, I guess, from their body when they explode as exhaust. Like, everything's right here kind of silly.
But hey, continuing their pushes, Ikaryoku has 15 ticks remain on their penalty, 10 more for the win. They've got a special ready too, and it's going to come out Crab on top of that spinner. The flank finding a way into the zone. They're going to go down. And so 5 ticks remain in a desperate attempt at capping the zone is Myopsidus. And Ikaryoku holds on. They tie this at 1-1 on their counter pick.
Nicely done to them, bouncing back and tying up the set 1-1 apiece. I believe our Ikaryoku is a team that has been subbing out some players as well, so I think that I could be wrong. One of these teams does have some subs that they want to rotate in and out. So that does kind of play into the counter pick aspect of things, because you're like, okay, what is the map that you want to go to, and who can we bring in specifically to play on that map? So that'll be another factor to kind of look into going forward here.
So, counter picks rules. Myopsidus cannot go back to the map mode they won. So,
Clam
as we wait...
Scorch.
Right, so no more Clam Scorch. But, in best of 5 Popgun, you made the rule set for this one, so...
Did I?
They can go back to clams? Is that what we're saying? It just can't be Scorch clams?
No, that the best of 7. They can go back to a mode they most previously haven't won on.
Okay.
That is not going to be the case here.
Gotcha.
Because the best of 5, you got plenty of time before you do it. You do that in best of 7 because you don't want to get stuck. Oh, I have no choice but to pick Rainmaker for 4 straight games.
Right,
It just so happens to be our worst mode. It looks like we do have a counter pick in, and
Mahi
it is
zones.
Splat Zones at Mahi Resort.
Popgun, can I confide something in you?
Confide? Yes.
I don't know what the new layout of this map is.
It's okay. It's just bigger. That's it. It's just a
Like
lot
scaled the whole
more.
thing up, or
They just fattened it up.
is it
Little
better?
Thanksgiving stuffing. It's better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still frustrating because you need people to score 60 points for it to play it. Like, I'm not a big fan of the fact that it's not consistent, and it just goes, oh, once somebody scores 40 points, then yeah, we'll lower it and we'll make it bigger. Then you can actually play the game. I wish it was just like that from the jump, but when it gets lowered, yeah, it's pretty good. People liked it. People were arguing for it before, and the update made it better.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
At this point, when you come to making maps and tournaments, you're just like, what is going to cause people to be less bitchy about it on Twitter afterwards? And now that it got the update, you're allowed to put this one in the map pool without people complaining about it
But
too much.
Still no zones, Wahoo?
No, still no. They put a pole in the middle of that thing.
Yeah, I mean,
They made it worse.
does the Booyah Bomb still cap the zone? Is that still a thing?
No, because the pole kind of screws it up. And also, when before the pole was put in, Booyah Bombs didn't work at the beginning of this game.
Oh.
Yeah, it just didn't paint at all. Regardless, a lot has changed since the thing has come out, including the Wiper Deco with missiles that they're going to use to try to chase players from Ikaryoku out until that map opens up. But see, look, okay, the map has... I don't think much has changed right now. I think this is the same exact version the map was pre-fix.
right now.
If that makes sense. Yeah, before it lowers down.
Well, hey, it's a great map for LGE if that's the case, because you're playing most of this game with 40 ticks remaining anyway. Myopsidus, though, with a strong opening here, is going to find a full wipeout. Somehow, we love it when we see it. Ikaryoku more points on the board than when they started. So a full wipeout, a full KO here from Myopsidus is going to be maybe the best the game can possibly be.
You know, I think, just by kind of glazing over the comps, I think the layout might slightly benefit Ikaryoku at this point going forward, because I don't know about that slosher on these wide open maps. I could be wrong about that, but I also like the crab on some of these more wide open plains as well.
So
now, Ikaryoku has to get established. That's the problem. They might not do that.
I can't think of a map that has this much dead space on it. I mean, yeah, look at it. Most of it's not even painted. None of them wants to move to that far left area and put.
Well, they haven't had
down.
time.
Well, they're allergic to it. There's folks there, but they're too focused on this zone. There's no reason to. It's like the trees. So Myopsidus, before I even look up at the heads-up display pop gun, I guess they KO.
They do, and that's the issue with it, is that, okay, yeah, they don't paint any of those other areas. They didn't get a chance to. Myopsidus just took control of zone and just did not look back from there. Makes sense. It's their counter pick. Nicely done to them. But I think if Ikaryoku was able to push Myopsidus back, get control of that zone, you would have seen more of a usage of those other areas. It's just Myopsidus kind of curb stomped right there. And, well, one game away from the semifinals.
Fastest counter pick in the West coming out here from
Let's go.
From Ikaryoku. They're moving to some, let me see if I can read correct. Rainmaker Undertow.
Yes.
Let's see if I can read. And they're gonna have a little bit of a comp switch up here, subbing in a player.
Rose came in. Yeah.
Rose came in. Okay. So hey, they won on their last counter pick, so see if they can have the same luck in Rainmaker.
So this is basically half of Octopi at this point. Rose and Lemon coming in here for Ikaryoku, going up against Myopsidus, Rainmaker, Undertow. Okay, so here we go. Splat Zones, Mako Mart, Tower Control Art Academy, Rainmaker, Undertow, and Clan Blitz, Scorch Gorge. I feel like those are the only 4 counter picks you're allowed to make going forward. It may, Splat Zones, I guess Splat Zones has like more variety, but with things like Rainmaker, Tower Control, and Clan Blitz, it seems like there's just one individual map for all 3 of those modes that everybody will pick regardless.
Right. Okay. That said, I mean, we know that these players are ones to try to shake things up and try to breathe some life. I mean, I don't think Mahi Mahi Resort is a map that you tend to see as a counter pick or really at all. So Myopsidus, they like playing on these sort of maybe off-kiltered maps. It clearly worked there.
Well, when these teams were playing in low ink, they were in that skill-capped environment, and there was more flexibility to do things off-meta or makes cheesy counter picks. Not that our map pool really opens the door for cheesy counter picks, I guess, but still like things off of the common Rainmaker Undertow. But these teams have left low level for almost an entire year now, which makes things, you know, they're used to this more open skill level environment, which is maybe not as fun as it was before, but it has made things more streamlined for them.
Maybe less fun, but certainly just as competitive as Myopsidus breaks through this first checkpoint on the counter pick that wasn't their own, and they're going to get one more point off of it just for fun, but they're going to go 3 down, and it's just Hayes now forced to back up, try to keep some paint. Lemon doing a great job terrorizing them behind this pedestal, doing a little dance there, and Hayes will find the pick.
Wait.
That'll leave a 4v3 situation as Ikaryoku tries to put on the gas for this push there.
I don't agree with Hayes winning that one, but I guess that's just a little bit of skill in display there. Regardless, both teams cleared their checkpoint initially in the first minute, so no more checkpoints for the final 4 minutes here. And Myopsidus doesn't stop the Rainmaker. They get the 39 remaining. That's not a score you're going to feel comfortable with winning-wise, but still, okay, now I really don't feel good about that special, or that score, considering I'm losing players at a decent rate. Unless I'm not, Lemon stays alive and kills the Rainmaker.
What a trade.
Okay.
I was getting deja vu back up into mid, going 3 down and go down. Now a push starts, but Lemon holds on with that Splatana, vanilla Splatana wiper. Because apparently that distinction is necessary with the deco on the field here. Unless it's not. Unless I can't.
No, they're both vanilla.
No deco. Okay, both vanilla here. But regardless, you know, a push ended just with a trade. So there's the power of a good stall and a good trade as Nom Nom gets some revenge.
Nom. Doesn't get
How long have you been waiting to
hammer.
say that, huh?
I don't know. It just popped in my head. I don't have preloaded lines. I just speak
I
from
feel
the
like
heart.
I've exposed myself then.
Hey, Rainmaker's on Ikaryoku. Oh, you're gonna kill yourself doing that. I saw that coming. What did they hope to accomplish there?
Why does this map always
smothered.
get... This map is the best moments. I tweeted one out after one of the last slow inks. I mean, every time a goofy Rainmaker happening here, and Gagi will go down with the Maker just leaving Lemon to give the refund.
You know in Looney Tunes when they walk off the cliff of something, but they don't fall immediately? They have to stop and look down and realize, oh, I'm about to die right here. I think that's what happened when that player used the hammer and then went right into the Rainmaker. It's like, oh, wait a minute. This is not a good idea. And it's leading to Myopsidus getting a second opportunity to try to get lead right here. Here comes some hammer revenge who gets taken care of as 2 players go down for Ikaryoku. Myopsidus trying to desperately work around this left side, gets the wipeout. That should get them the lead, but how far across that unequal event to go? Actually, across the entire thing and then some! They're still going! What is going on?
What a push there, finding through the wiper. Thought someone else was behind him to deal with it. The ink strikes come out, and now Nom Nom trying to put on the pressure and make sure his push doesn't end. They're going to go down. So that push will finally be over. But wow, a KO necessary from here on out for Ikaryoku.
A little bit of a blunder defensively right there. They tried to go for the home run splat. Instead, just slipped and dipped and dodged past everything, getting to 1 remaining. The Ikaryoku, if they want to keep this set going and keep their tournament host alive, has to get a KO right here. And Lemon's going to try to accomplish that by themselves. Nothing going. Rose gets taken care of. 1 player left alive, and they're jumping into a winnable situation. Okay, never mind.
First pick is found by Navy, and that's the jump coming in for Rose. Now Nom Nom putting on the pressure. They'll find a trade, but Farouk will go down to Lemon, who finds another. Now that's Hayes, a 3v1 on the field with 1 respawn. Just Doggy here trying to stay alive. They're going to back up with that end zap and get called out, but stay alive. Nom Nom and Goggy now stuck together on that overlook, and finally Myopsidus will find their footing again, find the pick on Navy, and reset that Rainmaker, so desperately able to avoid that dangerous situation and hold on to their lead.
I like the response from Ikaryoku right now. They're playing like a team that's got their foot on the gas pedal. They're realizing, let's just not wait till the timer runs out. Let's just go throwing our bodies over and over at them and see what happens. So far, it's getting them a lot of splats. Rose trying to work around the right side here to get... now, keep in mind, they have to go all the way to the pedestal, and it looks like this is going to be the final push. So you're basically in overtime right now. Rose trying to stall, waiting for players to survive, reacting perfectly to those Inkzuka shots. But here comes one more player. It's the Nom Nom ending Ikaryoku's hopes as Myopsidus, who never won low ink, is now moving on to semifinals.
There's a nice middle finger to the joke I had earlier, Pop Gun. Myopsidus, the team that was so close but stuck in purgatory, they're moving on, and I'm sure a great feeling for them. Being in top 4 here. Moving to round 3.
Yeah, and we're going to stay with them, actually.
Let's do it.
Look how great this is. They're going to be taking on the Imbeciles. Splatalot Imbeciles, who just 3-0'd Valhalla, the number 2 seed on the group stage. Yikes, the idiots have woken up there. By the way, just by seeding alone, Myopsidus is the number 11 seed. The Imbeciles number 10. This is seeding directly based off of how they did on the Swiss stage, which doesn't really translate to how they're doing in this. And quite honestly, outside of Splatter Swim, these teams that are left are pretty dead even with each other for the most part. The 15 that played. other than Splatter Swim. So, yeah, that's a nice little result for all these teams here.
Myopsidus beats Ikaryoku, who was first place in June 2023.
Yep.
And now they're going back in time. The Imbeciles win March 2023. So seeing if they can work their way backwards, in case you wanted a little tidbit, Ikaryoku played in that low ink as well. They won Gamma Bracket in March. So working our way backwards here to the teams in first place.
Working our way backwards to the team. So, well, yeah, because Splatter Swim's still around, and they won back during the pandemic. I think October.
Hey, the longer you've been on hiatus, the better you play? Is that what we're learning here?
Splatter Swim's, their team hasn't been a thing, but their players have still been active.
Okay.
That's why they're one of the better teams in this tournament, as opposed to some of these other teams where it's like, oh, I own a copy of Splatoon 3. Let's go back and play in it.
The longer your name is dead, the better you play.
Yes,
Sure.
we can roll with that.
Let's do it.
I mean, like the Imbeciles, like these players have still been playing.
Right.
Obviously Sam on Velocity. I think a couple other players coming from Velocity. And Sylphie, who was I saw them play earlier on stream today. Their Charger play, I would argue, single-handedly won that tournament for the Imbeciles back in March of this year when they just curb stomped Secret Elixir. A week after losing the Secret Elixir in a Clam Blitz Minnow Cup Grand Finals, mind you, which was when people started complaining about Kraken Cheese and Clam Blitz. It was all the way back in March.
Kraken cheese?
Yeah, in Clam Blitz. Back in March.
Okay, I'm not
They're
even
doing
going to.
They're
yeah,
just now
no.
starting to do it. But low level was like, okay, now to be fair, back then you could hold on to the clam and use Kraken at the same time, which is beyond done. That's got fixed, but you're still got some things going on here. So yeah, that's where we're at with this one.
I love how no matter what gets added to this game, as a community, we go, no, we should ban that. That can't be okay. We really shouldn't do that. Like, just every time.
Do you remember what the narrative was with Heavy Edit the first day it
No,
came out?
remind me.
It needs to be nerfed. Like the first day, everyone was like, we need to nerf this weapon. How often do you see Heavy Edit used?
I was going to say, I don't think I've seen a heavy edit since the first day. Day two, we gave up.
What was the narrative on Pencil when it came out?
People weren't saying Pencil was broken, were they?
People said it was the worst weapon in the game.
Okay.
Now, since then, Cooler's been buffed.
Right, but
And-
still, Pencil's back. Pencil's around.
Pencil's arguably one of the best, if not the best one. Well, it's not the best weapon, but it's almost like a requirement on some
Hey,
maps.
I like my N-Zap. I can't lie.
I think you're the only person who uses NZAP that actually enjoys it.
Okay, to be fair, I enjoy my Junior. I hate my N-Zap, but I pretend. I pretend for my teammates.
Splatalot Imbeciles. And we're going, oh, this was game one. Okay, this is not a counter pick. This is just how game one is. Myopsidus, more than happy to go back here as the Imbeciles, and there's Sylphie's Charger play. Going on with an Octobrush? Who's on the
No,
Octobrush?
they're not. They're in the wrong map mode. Popgun. Stream can't
What?
see. We loaded up into
it's
Rainmaker.
It's Art Academy, ain't it?
Yeah,
It's supposed
we
to be
rolled
Art
it into the same map mode that we just ended Rainmaker on Undertow. 'cause of
Myopsidus
host
is the
error.
host.
Yeah.
We stayed in the lobby. They didn't change the map. That's
There you
what
go.
we're doing here.
But hey, we were really excited to see them bring it back up because hey,
No,
Absolute just-
look. If it came across as me being excited, that's good. It's not genuine though. And on all honesty, I'm more excited to see that than what we're going to. This is not a counter pick, by the way. This is preset.
that's crazy that you said that, Popgun. What? What's your beef
What?
with Rainmaker Undertow?
I don't have any beef with it. It's just I wasn't excited to see it. I wasn't like leaping with joy. Oh, steal my heart. It's Rainmaker Undertow.
You don't feel like the heart locket memes from like back in 2021 Rainmaker Undertow, my beloved.
Bimbo IHOP, I believe, was the first team to do that for me. I didn't understand what it was at the time until now. All right, for real this time. If you were looking for a Rainmaker Undertow, you're going to be a little bit disappointed with what you see right now.
Hey, they can still counterpick it.
They can, yes. The losing team can technically counterpick this one. They haven't won on it. It's Silphy's going to go with the Scoped Fire Fin. What are you oohing at?
That was what I was oohing at. I'm glad we think alike. I mean...
And the tenacity. I like that. Knowing, okay, my teammates are going to die. Let me benefit from it at least.
I just love watching some nice scoped gameplay. I mean, you can't lie. It's so flashy. It's so nice.
It is. Are you
Come on,
baiting me
Sylvie.
to
Come
ask
on,
you the
Sylvie.
thing we were talking about before? Is that what's going on here?
No, wait, what were we trying to... What were we Wait, I actually forgot, though.
Wait, okay, so I was talking about how when a Charger player gets a splat,
Oh, yeah.
we freak out and be like, "Ooh, what a great shot!" Like, is there ever a time when a Charger gets a splat where you're like, "Oh, that's not a good shot. That's a horrible shot."
To be fair, there are times where Chargers will get a pick, and I'm like, they're just like, you just help them sink. And I'm like, I'd rather a decent Slayer pick. But no, you're right. I mean, it's always nice. It's always nice to see. Woo! Speaking of, Sully with the pick.
And because they got tenacity, they're gonna get Ink Strike back.
No!
And no.
Bummer.
You thought you got away, and then you didn't. So, but still, good push. 2 checkpoints fall for the Imbeciles. Great start for them.
I'm more interested in watching the Charger. I mean, no.
They're
Something
dead
goes
again.
down. Nom Nom going to push all the way up. Look to capitalize on that pick. Fruit there up, helping as well with the slosher. Finds the trade. So it's just Nom Nom now ahead as Gagi pushes this tower through that first checkpoint. Looking to make a little bit more of the same magic. Canceling that Trizuka is the hammer from Nom Nom. Finding his second pick with the throw. And here comes the third. On tack, and they find it. There it is. And 3 down, a delayed wipe in favor of Myopsidus. They're going to find the lead and look for this third checkpoint.
Where was this Myopsidus in the Swiss stage? You guys were 11th seed because you didn't play good at all, and now you're going to clear this third checkpoint with ease. Nom Nom just having a day right here. The third checkpoint falls, and Myopsidus, are they going to find a way to get the KO right here? It looks like the answer is no, unless Hayes pulls off some shenanigans we saw here yesterday. We'll take down one player and back up, so the push will stall, but mid-control stays into Myopsidus' favor, and now they need a lot more play if you're the Imbeciles to break out of their own spawn room.
I think I just got a knock on my dorm room door to tell me to be quieter, so we're gonna have a little ASMR commentary for the rest of this round, Bob Gun.
Here we go. Here's Sophie on the tower. Got that Ink Strike ready to go. Trying to get a splat as they ride. Oh, okay. That was nice. Honestly, that was nice.
Inky giving us, Ink Fair, our screen producer, giving us a little woo in our ears for the selfie pick, and there's another through the Ink Strike. Honestly,
I thought that was you.
I wish I could be screaming right now, because truly I want to be, and here comes the strikes for Selfie to try to continue this push. They have an uphill battle, but with picks in their favor, it looks like maybe they'll be able to find this third checkpoint.
Oh, this is high ink, and we are ruining it. This is unfortunate right now. Hey, wait a minute. By the way, Ikaryoku's about to win this? Are they? It's 1v1. No, okay. Oh, they didn't clear that checkpoint, did they? No, they did. Oh, that's huge, actually. Okay, yeah, you were wanting to get lead. They cleared that third checkpoint. Got a minute 15 left to go here. Neither team has like as true established control of mid. The Imbeciles can still very, very easily win this game right now.
You know, we joke sometimes that a checkpointless Rainmaker game is a Splatoon 2 game of Rainmaker, but hey, welcome to Splatoon 1 tower control. I just wish we had some bubbler and some infinite jumps to tower to seal the deal here.
45 seconds left to go as, okay, Myopsidus seems to be the team that's kind of slightly in control right here. If you're Myopsidus, you got the lead. You got Ink Strike ready to go from your Slosher. So basically, that Slosher player just needs to back up, stay alive, and treat it like the GG's potential that it is. Sylphie's trying to make something happen here with their Ink Strike. It's not going to happen. But they're burning it early, but you also got to think, okay, if I ride the tower, I'm just get that special back, because for some reason riding the tower also increases your special. Like, you need more incentive to push the objective here. But there's the Ink Strike. This player, Farouk, just stay all the way back, build up those Ink Strikes, and just wait for the tower to get here. But if Spider-Man can do something about it, and I think they can. Wow, okay, so 3 players just go down right there. Myopsidus is just trying to desperately hop onto the tower. Here comes the Ink Strikes out, finally, and that's going to do it, because they have no choice but to retreat and hop onto the tower right there. Myopsidus holds on, and they take game 1.
And there, I think, is a case study in the importance of a GG special. I mean, because that gets bad quick, Pop Gun. That turns around, and you're in a situation where you're screaming, hoping to get back on that tower on that 3rd checkpoint, or in the area of the 3rd checkpoint. But instead, specials come out, and the tower's forced to trade sides, as you said. So hey, there's game 1.
There is game 1. Now, okay, so explain your situation to us again.
I while you were talking, or after I had done a loud Sylphie moment, got a knock on the door. And so I'm quiet for a second, and then I text in our channel. I say stall, and you start stalling. I don't know if you saw it, but you started to stall. I didn't see it. And I put my eye through the peephole, and there's no one there. But I'm assuming it's like someone being like, because I'm next to the common room, so I wonder if they're like watching a movie or something, and I'm just screaming with no response. Okay, you just got doorbell ditched. Okay. Did an RA come into your room and say, excuse me, young man, I need you to simmer it down a little bit. People are trying to study on this Sunday afternoon. No, but I will say Casper's on the RA Casper's on the other side of this wall, so I'm screaming at him in a way here. Okay. So hey, there was no they do have to, when they knock, they have to say
put
RA.
Casper on. Put Casper
I can't.
on,
I mean, I'd love to. Sometimes he closes a door in his room and I hear it, and it's like 1 a.m. and I get real spooked. But that's it's really a Casper the Ghost situation, except that is his name. I'm glad I'm an adult. Pump back, pump track. So here comes the sloshers out. Nom Nom dropping the wiper in favor of the tri-slosher that doesn't have ink armor, which is what I first thought. It has ink jet on top of it. Sylphie's going to be using the vacuum charger, still keep the scope, as the Imbeciles get control of the opening splat. Hop in favor of Imbecile and pick as you called, so they're going to steamroll ahead towards this first checkpoint. Wisely lobbing some shots over that wall is going to buy them some space, but a flank will find 2. So just Sam now holding that Rainmaker a moment to go, looking for a little bit of sharking magic, but Myopsidus is opting not to reset that Rainmaker. They pick it up, and Sam's, I would say, position foiled. So hey, now a pick, but not much else, and a regrouping here for Myopsidus. They're trying to work around this right side, trying to get that first checkpoint into their favor. Brush is trying to drop down and make some crazy shenanigans happen here. Abysmal shutting that down basically single-handedly, because everybody else is dead for the Imbeciles, and they're not going to clear that first checkpoint at all. Goggy not liking it. Abysmal's position, gonna team up there from that bunker and find the pick. Now a 4v3 situation in mid. Rainmaker stuck, is gonna finally get reset, but right into the hands of Myopsidus, so it's Sylphie on the back lines, as Inkfair, our stream producer, is gonna give us the eyes of, because they're the ones looking to try to find the free pick in mid, and that's gonna be hopefully enough to convert in a 3v2 situation. Now they're dropping down, and Rainmaker's gonna get picked up here by Sam. Now they got a great situation to try to get a decent lead going up here. I like the use of the vacuum as well to kind of make sure that blast this door wide. Look at that. It didn't get any splats. I don't think the vacuum itself got any splats. It doesn't matter. It forced everybody from Myopsidus to move back. It just completely opened up that alleyway. 26 points remaining. That's a really good score on a map like this. Yeah, and I mean, 26 is beatable, of course. You can get up to that rail and sort of do the silly little jump. You'll have a ton of points off of it, but you really need to find some space on a push of your own. So Myopsidus, in an uphill battle here, they're going to have to find a quad and probably a second one if they truly want to get a solid lead off of, or beyond 26. So. Meanwhile, for Myopsidus, they still have to clear that first checkpoint. They've got plenty of time to do this. We're just now crossing the halfway mark
of this game. They got control of mid. The Rainmaker should be resetting right now. They got some specials to try to get some splats going right here. But I feel like a lot of teams bottleneck exclusively on the right side on a map like this. It's nice getting that soda right before you get that push. That's really going to help you get that first checkpoint here. And just as I say bottlenecking here, I like the fact that they're attacking with ink strikes through mid to help guide Nom Nom in, who's continuing to make these heroic plays right here. I think this is the player that said they were running out of time and they might have to go to bed soon. Maybe that's what inspiring this, as Myopsidus just blows the doors wide open on the set. They're up 2-0.
Popgun, I'm so mad I'm not screaming right now. You have no idea. Every part of me wants to be out of my seat, but instead you're getting the calmest, oh my god, what a push from Myopsidus you've ever heard. As they steamroll ahead in this round of 4. They're up 2-0.
I love the fact that they used the ink strikes from mid to guide in Nom Nom and just let Nom Nom all over the Imbeciles. I mean, just let this is, as the younger generation would say, let them cook.
No.
And right now, all the ingredients have to come in line for a player like Nom Nom to cook, right? The ingredients came in line right there. But just let your player play. Look, if you got a hot hand, just let that player take care of business. Just let them do whatever they need to do to get you the win.
Truly the Rizzler. Am I right, Popgun?
Truly what?
The Rizzler?
The Rizzler.
The Rizzler.
Like a Batman villain?
Well, no, that would be Riddler. That would be Riddler. I'm saying Riz, like Riz. Rizzler.
Yes.
Let him
Riz
cook
is another thing your generation came up with.
Let him cook is so last month. I mean, it's all about the Rizzler now.
Why don't you go out to the common room right outside your door and ask them, scream, hey, what do you guys think on the phrase, let them cook? Is that something we came up with? Get their general opinion on it. They seem interested in what you have to say.
That's far too skibbity.
I'm commentating a Splatoon tournament in here. You guys want to watch?
We have like a solid couple hundred viewers. What are you doing?
This is high ink. Which is quickly turning into the last time we're going to be doing this turn. No, honestly, this has been pretty smooth on our end.
This has been great. Hey, sometimes we're like TOing while we're on the mic together, trying to like get teams in lobbies. But we get to sit back and relax. I mean, these teams have done this so many times. They're used to our shenanigans.
Okay, you think that, but we've still had some headaches today. A few.
That's true. That's fair.
Let's see. Okay, so the Imbeciles, what is their path back into the set? They were doing pretty decent that second. They've been playing great the first 2 games. They get off to huge leads in the first 2 games, right? They were the first team. They cleared 3 checkpoints at the start of the Tower Control Art Academy game. They got to 26 remaining in their first push on the previous game. And the question is, okay, how do they hold on to these leads? Because as soon as they get those huge leads, they just get absolutely destroyed the very next push afterwards. So it's like, okay, how do we calm down? How do we not get too excited? How do we hold on to these massive leads, or at least make Myopsidus work for it to some extent?
I heard Splat Zone's haggle. They want a gentleman.
They are gentlemaning to Splat Zone's Hagglefish. Is that not in the map pool?
No.
Oh. Well, we played it on stream earlier, didn't we?
Did we?
Go for it. Yeah, no, they're right. Splat Zone's Hagglefish isn't in the map pool, but we played it on the last round. And they're trying to gentleman to it. You know, if both teams appear to be agreeing to it, so
I mean,
I mean,
hey, I'm not going to stop them. Like, whatever. It's a good map mode. At least it's not like me trying to get people to gentlemen's to tower control Moray, you know? That was the highlight of my career.
Mode. This is like, I don't know. I mean, look, both teams agree to it. And it's also the philosophy of like, do you want to stick hard to your rules for TOing? If this was low ink, I probably would be like, no. But this is a tournament, it's not just for fun. Obviously, any tournament is any tournament that uses the guys, this is just for fun. Doesn't understand what a tournament is about. It's still about competition, but we also are thankful that these teams are wanting to play in this. So there's some light TO going on here.
I would absolutely say, Popgun, that this Thanksgiving I am thankful for the teams coming out playing High Ink.
Thank you.
And this Thanksgiving, Popgun, I'm thankful for you for dealing with my absolute absurdity on the mic all the time.
You know, Myopsidus isn't celebrating Thanksgiving this week.
When do they celebrate Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I don't know if there is like Thanksgivings for Europe.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That is a bummer. It would be a bummer for the Imbeciles if they were to get 3-0'd on stream here, which is why they're picking this one and letting Sylphie go to the pencil with special charge up to make sure they got plenty of soda. So you're going to see some aggression coming out from Abysmal in that brush combined with the Booyah Bomb machine from the Imbeciles.
The American hand coming out with plenty of soda, as you called it. So Myopsidus looking to shut down that. Missiles coming online, stuck in the right side flank, but they're able to find a pick. That's Nom Nom. Strikes coming online, and now a player advantage will become a neutral with a pick on Nom Nom. But hey, Goggy doing a good job trying to get in the zone and capitalize off of that Trizuka.
Right now, it's just a minute gone by, but finally Myopsidus with some soda of their own. And look, the double flank going around the right side, and that's really the key to this map, controlling those left and right alleyways. And good job by the Imbeciles, not getting splats off of that, but recognizing, hey, there's a double flank going over here. Let's force them to go back. Let's force them to be honest about this and not lose control of their alleyways. Keep the fight in front of you with the mid, and things are going to work out into your favor.
Fruit getting called over to the left side, hearing something about a flank, recognizing maybe that call was a red herring, and now trying to make a little bit of magic of their own on the right side, but really just dancing around here as both teams search desperately for an advantage. So specials online for both sides. A tri-strike will come out against a crab from Imbeciles, and the lead will swap over to Myopsidus as they continue their 2-0 lead in this set into this game.
Yeah, things looking really good for them right now, but Sylphie's able to get some soda ready to go, but two of their players instantly explode on top of it. Oh gosh, this is and Sylphie's not going to get their own soda because they threw it too far away from themselves. And oh, okay, I thought they moved right into I thought they reacted into it right now, but everybody else from the Imbeciles is falling apart. I think Myopsis is done with this round. I think they're ready for grands.
Yeah, a couple frames away from the sexy wipeout text on screen. They're probably upset they didn't get that one, but with 5 ticks remaining, I mean, we're not even get to the halfway point in this game. Myopsidus.
That's it.
Grand finals from our 17-time second place champion in low ink.
Okay, they got second place once.
Yeah, but we always were like, this is the one. Myopsidus wins this one, right, guys?
Yes.
Like, this is the one.
Yes, because Myopsidus was always that team that was flirting, like would get to alpha bracket and would just flirt with the idea of winning it.
I told you they're the Rizzler Popgun.
I think they got third place once. By the way, hats off to the Imbeciles. Turned it around, played a lot better after the group stage. Or the Swiss stage here. They're moving on to the third place match. They can still get a bronze medal on top of this. And as we look at the opposite side of the bracket, Splatter Swim dealing with the 8K ping team, who's giving them all that they can handle in that opposite set. So here's what we're going to do, Brush. We're going to take a break.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check on my wife and my kid.
Aww.
You're going to go talk to your RA, and you're going to explain to them that the most insane set of competitive Splatoon is about to take place in this upcoming set, and that you need to be able to scream your heart out at what all that we're going to see here. And in the meantime, you idiots in chat, go get some popcorn, go get some soda, and try to find us some better commentators to replace us. And we'll be back with grand finals of High Ink 3 after this.
けど悲しい出来事が絶え間なく続いてるなぜ僕らは傷つけ合うのか分かり合うことが優しさを生むのに Love つながりたいんだそうさきっと大きな心になる Try 巻き込みたいんだ止まらないようにその愛を走らせていつまでも僕ら連なってく見えるかいこれが僕たちの地球だ美しい星ビューティフルスター輝くためには必要なものがあるそれは自然を愛する心バランスの取れた食生活十分な睡眠時間日に焼けた肌乾いた心では一つにはなれない Love つながりたいんだ高い壁が立ちふさがっても Try 巻き込みたいんだいびつな心はすべてを包み込むよ Love つながりたい Come on! やがて光り輝く星座となれThank you.
Hey Popgun, I've been working on a new intro. Can I try it? Is that
You
okay?
can try it. You can try it.
Howdy there, folks. Welcome back to High Ink 3. I'm Brush. Joining with me is Popgun. How you doing there, Popgun?
I think the 2% of our audience that lives in the South has been offended by you just now. So, thanks for that. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you, person who currently lives in the Northeast, doing an accent?
I'm doing I'm really great, Popgun.
That's great. That's wonderful. You know who else is doing great? Myopsidus and Splatter Swim, because they're in grand finals of this here they're playing. Splatter Swim has not lost a set yet. They've lost a couple of games in the top cut stage here, but they're coming in here as the heavy favorite. And well, I apologize for the names that you're seeing on stream right now. That is not the actual names of the rosters that they got on here in the lobby. I promise you that. But for Splatter Swim, they won in October of 2020. Vera, Kanan, and Nico were on that original roster. Zenith was not. So you're allowed to get one sub that wasn't on your original roster. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to get a team signed up for this event. Pretty much everybody has a sub that wasn't on your original low ink roster at the point. To Zenith's point, I had to go back and look at Zenith's history. Do you know Zenith was eligible for low ink and as late as August of last year?
Do you want to know something really crazy, actually? I know this because Zenith was a sub for every team I played on, and it was always a joke that somehow Zenith was low ink eligible when we were like,
they were
three.
It was Ink Bashers, I believe, that they were on. The first tournament Zenith ever played in, as far as Battlefied is concerned, was low ink. So, what a crazy mindset that almost a year ago this player was playing in low ink, and now they're a +1 player. It's quite a year that player's been having. And for the rest of the players, just Splat or Swim, who has lost one individual game to 8K Ping and one individual game to Eat Killers. Everybody else they've been taking care of business for. Myopsidus, though, is the Cinderella team of this tournament. The number 11 seed has gone 9-1 here in the bracket side of things. They're looking to finally secure a low ink / high ink championship, and they've got a great opportunity to do so against a very quality opponent here in this best of 7 grand finals. Tort coming in with the Nautilus, and that is Nico on the Blob, something they've been using pretty much exclusively, especially back when they played low ink.
Talk about a Cinderella team. It's crazy to think that if tiebreakers work differently, this is your round 1 or close to it. Instead, it's our grand finals here in a best of 7 set, and we're jumping straight into the action. Tort very low on health there as a 3v3 ensues on the field. Look at that double splatter shot from Myopsidus. That's new for them.
I think they might have switched some plays around. Is Nom Nom still in the lobby? Yes, we're currently on the player right now, but yeah, they're doing not the wiper that they've been using, but they're trying to make the players from Splatter Swim react to their Ink Zuka. And right now, Myopsidus is taking care of business. They got a pretty decent lead and control of things here. They're getting some splats on top of it, but Vera, who's using Carbon Roller on Mako Mart, has some things to say about that now, finally.
But goes down to Storm. What a way to end that little montage. And Zone, because of it in part, is going to be held onto by Myopsidus, at least for the time being. Doing a great job stalling that out, as finally the cap will switch and Tort gets a nice jump out there, and they'll regroup. That's Myopsidus, 49. 51 points on the board in the first minute and change.
Well, let's see how they deal with the lockout of Splatter Swim. You got a ledge camping Blob here. You got a ledge camping Carbon. And oh, by the way, you got Zenith on Imzap, just making sure everybody's getting paint and staying alive. Vera gets taken care of by Hayes as now they start to push up, trying to feed into some things. Now it's a 2v2 situation, trying to get control of zone. It's not going to happen. Tort isn't going to win that situation. They might have got stuck in like the single person view mode right there as Nom Nom goes down to Vera along that right side. So yeah, the lockout situation, once Splatter Swim got control of things, looks like they might not look back over here. Tort didn't get the splat right there. Okay.
Myopsidus so far in bracket has only dropped 1 game, whereas Splatter Swim has dropped 2. So according to that, you think one of these teams is having a much better day, but Splatter Swim has been having a crazy Swiss into obviously a steamroll here overall. So that's exactly what we're seeing reflected on the scoreboard. 98 points in their first lockout. And Myopsidus really wants to hold on to this one, because if they get locked out again, they're not sure if they can get back.
Well, there's tons of penalty points that they have to worry about. But, yeah, the problem is, how do you hold on to the zone long enough to where you can get lead? Because right now, Splatter Swim's doing a much better job of what they were doing in the opening, getting tons of splats right here, forcing Myopsidus back, working together to take fights, and not dying on top of any of them here. So a ton of penalty points to chew through, but keep in mind, once the penalty points are gone, it's KO.
Nico's up here. I mean, to get Nico out requires so much energy. The rest of Myopsidus, recognizing that, says it's better to put our efforts on bottom left. Well, what do you know? Zenith was there, and Tort now is going to finally deal with that threat and move him back. So Nico backing up into mid. They're going to regroup and give Myopsidus some space in, but they're going to have to pop specials just to find a little bit of room, and they're not going to find the picks. So a 3v2 ensues. 8 penalty points remain. Add 2 makes 10 more ticks to end this whole thing, and the neutral will come out. But there's not enough players on the field really to make anything happen. So Splatter Swim finds the cap and finds the KO. Popgun, I think this set is spelling itself out here.
You're gonna have to expand on that. If you want me to play off of that statement, I got nothing for you.
Hey, Splatter Swim. We were chatting about it earlier today. A dominant.
Is this an SOS joke?
Oh, did I say no? What?
Spelling it out like, oh, Myopsidus is gonna have to raise an SOS to get out of this.
It wasn't a joke at all, but I can play it off like that if that makes me seem smarter.
Sure.
No, hey, we were talking about it earlier today. They were showing domination in Swiss. And you know, I called out during that, right? Myopsidus gets the first hold sometimes, and maybe I'm just used to commentating low ink, Popgun. We see these teams get the first hold, and it sends shivers down their opponent's spine. We got wiped on the first lockout. What do we do now? Splatter Swim kept their confidence, kept pairing up, kept playing together. They got lead back, and they pushed up as far as they could go. Mako's a small map. We're moving to Mahi Mahi, which we talked about earlier as well. Gets wider after 40 points, but I think the same idea is there. It's a dangerous counterpick if you're Myopsidus to go to Zones Mahi when a team just showed that their lockout is, I mean, top A+ grade, right? 100%.
Well, there's no reason for Splatter Swim to not have confidence going into this one. They have the better roster. They do, and they got the more experience as well. After in this tournament, after losing a game in a set, they are 4-0 in games in the rest of the set after that happened. So even if they lose here, it's not like they're going to be hitting the panic button or anything. They're just all right, let's just go get the next one and take care of business. It's up to Myopsidus to force that pressure onto Splatter Swim. Easier said than done, but their attempt to do it right here is Splat Zones at Mahi Mahi Resort. The map where they played, who did they play this against? Was it Ikaryoku? I think they counterpicked against them, and once they got control of zone, did not look back and just completely took care of business there. Actually, this is the only counterpick we've seen them make on stream all day, because they've only lost once.
Really? That's crazy.
This is the only counterpick they've made so far in this whole tournament.
And they won it last time. So, hey, Myopsidus looking to make a little bit of the same magic against a team that seems to not be stopped. It's Splatter Swim on the other end, and a little bit more traditional of a comp coming out from Myopsidus. Traditional in the sense that it's used to what we're seeing, the Wiper Deco coming out with a Nautilus support from Tort.
I feel like Kraken works out really well here once the map lowers down, just because it's just so wide open and flat. There's just a lot of room for the Kraken to work. But on the flip side, if you got paint down, there's lots of room to run from the Kraken without having to jump away from it. You can just naturally swim away from it. So maybe there's like a little bit of give and take there as Zenith, who is on the Zimmy, I believe, with the Bubbler mini splat lane, gets taken care of early. And right now, control zone is going to go into Myopsidus' favor. But there's Farah on the Kraken, but I thought Nico was going to take a swim there.
Staying alive, though, that's Nico, as you called out, as the zone's going to swap. Only a handful of points gone so far, but it looks like the first lockout is underway. Zenith taking an aggressive positioning on that right side will get called out, so that leaves a 4v3 on the field for Nom Nom now to try to find some opening. That's the same side there, now our left. But no picks yet, and instead an overextension on the other side of the field leaves Splatter Swim up 3-2, and their lockout will continue. So a quick zone flip there and a penalty point tag.
And this minis with the Bubbler in zone is going to do a good job of making sure that it is going to be held into Splatter Swim's favor, as Vera just kind of flops around there with the Kraken. Just Myopsidus desperately wait. Can we please just lower the map now and then get the game actually started here? And we got some more room to kind of move around. Because right now they're just kind of bottlenecked into their own spawn. Pencil, Kraken, everything, making sure they can't do anything here. So Myopsidus, if they can get back, install the zone into their favor, maybe they can get something going. The problem is, well, they're 30 ticks away, and now they got some rain coming across the zone. I don't know if they can find a way, unless they do, and they don't. They do.
A 4v1. Now find that trade, but Doggy will go down. 10 ticks remain, and your counter
we got a trip pick. Can Canada get there in time? They do, and they almost screwed that up. Because Myopsidus was going back in and getting splats. But the mid-set drip pick makes an appearance there. Kinnan makes the jump just in time so that they can join in on their teammates. And nicely done by our pal Ink Fair to get that blast right there. And if anybody goes on Twitter and is like, oh, it's disrespectful to do drip picks in the middle of the set. Okay.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, that's the point, no?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
way to just style
like,
on them.
I mean, okay, it's not coming from a place of, like, we hate you, Myopsidus, and we're letting you know this. It's just hey, we're beating you guys, and we're having fun, so we're going to take advantage of that. And if you don't like it, do something about it, which Myopsidus still has at least 2 games to do something about it. Settle it in the game.
Yeah. 2-0.
That's my take.
Splatter Swim. Roster of 4. I mean, hey, it's like we've gone back in time through the months, and somehow Splatter Swim are the ones in this grand finals in this one seed. Myopsidus picking Rainmaker, trying to get a change of pace from that lockout heavy gameplay. Which, hey, Splatter Swim, don't change a thing. I mean, that's impressive the way you can find those hot spots.
Oh, actually, I know what's about to happen here. So one of the more hilarious moments from what I consider to be the golden era of Low Ink was a Swiss stage match between Splatter Swim and Geek Squids. To my opinion, the best Swiss stage match of all time. Just great back and forth between both teams. Geek Squids ultimately won it kind of controversially due to some DC shenanigans in Game 3. But the comp that Splatter Swim used was triple sploosh and tri-slosher on Rainmaker at Skipper Pavilion, the Trident, and unless they make me look like a total jackass, that's exactly the comp they're going to use right now.
There's no shot.
It is.
Oh, no.
They won with this comp, by the way. It wasn't just the throw. And when they used it in that Low Ink, they were down 0-1. In a play all 3 set. So this isn't like a meme. This was seriously what Splatter Swim was trying to do. The Trident comp.
The Trident with the 3 spikes of the splooshes. It's Zenith with one of them looking to do some poking, but not finding anything yet, though. Juice online from Nico, hoping to change that momentum, give those Trident spears some energy with the soda. And pushing ahead, they will do, though not before going down. 3v2 now on the field. Myopsidus defending nice.
And if you're thinking this is them continuing to be like memeing or anything like that, they're not. Again, this is something they've done. But remember Lois, back when the Low Ink that they won, they were infamous for using this kind of comp. Now, I don't think they used triple sploosh. I think they used double. But it was sploosh 7, the same kind of concept with the hammer attack over here. But the mindset with this kind of mentality with Rainmaker in particular is just non-stop aggression, just throwing yourself over and over and over again, and eventually you will get that splat and you will completely bust the doors wide open. And on top of it, it's not that you're going to get a single push that goes from 0 to 100, but you're going to move forward a little bit. You're going to die, pop the Rainmaker again with all your bombs and your specials, move forward a little bit again. It's a great mentality. It's a different way to thinking about Rainmaker, but we've seen it work really well in Low Ink over the course of the year.
Yeah, but when was the last time you saw 4 hammers on a field at once between the two teams? I mean, it's hard to look at that and not do a little bit of pointing and laughing. That's at least what Myopsidus is trying to do, trying to say, no, this doesn't work in 2023. You're a little bit old for 2020.
Okay.
And that's what Goggy's doing.
But Goggy's getting splat after splat after splat, and they're not accomplishing anything. Because as soon as they kill somebody, someone else just comes right back. But finally, it seems like they got enough splats in a row to where things have worked out into their favor here. And they clear that first checkpoint. Now they're in a situation where they can start pushing up forward. But they killed like 7 players in a row. And oh, come on, really?
We're not halfway through. We're not at
Here?
50 points. They need to stop playing.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but that's crushing, though. Because Myopsidus was in a good situation to add on to their lead. Yeah, that wasn't like the time and the point wise. Like neither one was even close to that.
Myopsidus,
so they are going to get the replay.
Could have opted to keep going, right? Like they could have kept.
Oh,
playing.
you don't. You're going to lose that. You can't.
Yeah?
You can't do it. You're going to lose. So you have to opt to not. You pull the plug, you live to fight another day. Because you're not going to win with that much time left against that kind of comp. You're not going to win at 3v4.
Yeah, the aggression is really, really difficult to play against, huh? You're right there. Man.
So we're gonna replay. And by the way, you can't change your comp.
No.
So
Not unless...
even if you know it's coming.
Not unless Myopsidus changes their players.
Yes. Which I guess they could do. They got a deep enough roster for it. I don't know who DC'd from their side, but hopefully it's just like we'll come back and just double checking here.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything in Battlefight chat. That's exactly what I was looking at. Man. I mean... I love reading Battle. I wish we could just like stream this as part of the event.
Battlefight
it's
chat.
So great. It's so
I
awesome.
never. The amount of nonsense. Some of you. Okay, so some teams are very much like, don't even talk to me. Just here's the password. Join the room. GG. We're done. Other teams take it as an opportunity to Google the most obscene images of all time and put them into the chat. The fact that you can upload images to the Battlefight chat was a monkey paw curling that I don't think the Battlefight dubs expected, because now you just get a bunch of jokes nonstop.
But one time I saw someone post the map pool image, so like clearly it's good. Clearly it's a good feature, because one time there was a map pool in Battlefight.
So I think we are. I don't know if there is a room back up. And they're saying that's the first time that player DC'd in years, which is fine. Can they just get back in and we can keep this one going? No. Okay, so they have to get a sub. That player's just gone.
Wow.
Oh, wait, no, he just came back.
Oh.
So we are going to run that back. By the way, the last time we did this format, I think it lasted 6 hours. We could probably be done with this one in 4.5 hours. It's not bad, is it?
I mean, I've been sitting behind my computer since 10 a.m., so I wouldn't mind getting some fresh air.
We didn't have to do anything for this.
Okay, actually, today I wasn't. Yesterday I was at the computer behind 10 a.m.
Okay, we didn't have to do that yesterday either.
No, we did.
We didn't know that.
Yesterday we had to ping all those players to be like, hey, if you're dropping, you should drop. And then 10 teams dropped.
If we did that in a normal lowing, we wouldn't have to do that, because if people dropped, we had to do it this time because as people dropped, we needed to replace them. In a normal ladder lowing, we wouldn't have to do that, because if they drop, we can just be like, okay, you don't even have to tell us.
In a normal Swiss lowing, we're there at 10 a.m. At least Hohen and I are.
Yes, because there's a whole bunch of shenanigans to deal with here. Yeah. Ink has, I made the maps today, and I built the bracket. I didn't put in the counterpick rules, apparently, but
oh well.
These players know that. Okay, so we're all back in the lobby. It's the same exact players. Everybody's going to ready up. We know what comps they're going to use. We're going to get this one going here. Splatter Swim up 2-0 over Myopsidus, who does not have a DC replay anymore. And Yeah, so
Why are they not readying? Myopsidus, guys.
You never know. You might. You don't know, Brush. You don't know what people go through in their IRL lives.
We're getting going.
Their
here,
RA knocked on their
finally.
door. Checked up on them.
You guys know what's going on in mine, though, apparently.
Myopsidus had a situation where they could get a comfortable lead, then they DC'd, and now they got to start all over again. And, well, both teams are motivated to get this set over with. That we can tell you.
And there's still a trident standing between Myopsidus and the goal. That's the 3 sploosh comp, as we've called out. Vera trying to make some early moves on Nom Nom. On the other side of the field, a trade comes out in favor of Splatter Swim. So now it's Zenith on the front lines with a hammer looking to open things up. Finds the trade, and that's all you need in this situation, because it's Vera holding the Rainmaker and looking to come in and follow up with points and 3 down in their favor. I mean, this is looking lethal for Splatter Swim.
Yeah, and this is where the DC comes back to bite you, where it's like, oh man, we had all this, and now we're currently losing. And, well, Tort is doing a good job of keeping them in this one right here, but Nico's looking to get the knockout blow right here, working along this left side, slowly getting some points, but keeping a path for them to kind of slip through here. And Nom Nom is not having any of it. There's a quad. Actually, no, that's just 4 players killed on the spec cam in general. That's finally the wipeout. So Myopsidus, and look, because the Rainmaker's right there, they get to dump it down to mid immediately. Are they going to try to rush to get this checkpoint, knowing there's going to be a bunch of hammers being thrown at it at any moment? Oh no, not now.
And now they
gotta play it out.
Playing in the same situation they were last time, checkpoint down. They have to keep moving forward, but a 3 down is a wipeout now. So Splatter Swim once again grabs the Rainmaker. And look how far up Zenith already is. This is hard to watch, Pop.
Well, too bad. We have to watch this.
No, closing my eyes. I'm not watching.
Inky cut to hit. Can we raid somebody else? No, let's get this one going here. So either Myopsidus pulls off. If Myopsidus wins this game, we're stopping the tournament. We're giving them the trophy, right? We're just gonna step in as TOs and be like, no, this is it.
I just gotta find the metal worker we didn't hire for that trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Can you just rewrite a little bit of here? So, so Vera did die on that pedestal, by the way, but not in time. And if you're Myopsidus, okay, you're down 3-0. You just had to play DC again. There's one more game potentially to go here, and you're facing down a Juggernaut. If Myopsidus somehow wins this tournament, it would be the most amazing comeback of all time. But and now Splatter Swim has a player that needs to go for 5 minutes.
Well, maybe that'll give Myopsidus.
Are you and me gonna have to hop in here and finish the set? Like,
hey, I haven't played Splatoon 3 maybe like ever, but I'm so down.
This is welcome to High Ink 3, where we're trying to drag 2 teams across the finish line.
Hey, we're both low ink band. I mean, it works. We're legally allowed to, I suppose.
I won low ink. I played in the first high ink. And that went well.
I got banned for
You
Flutie.
You did good in Flutie.
Don't look at my actual Ludi results though.
Okay, don't be that guy. Because you know how many people are like play that card with us. And it's fine. Look, it's a fair card to play, but it's still
we
like
deserve
part
ban.
of it.
We kicked butt in Flutie. I mean,
yeah,
we just weren't, you know.
You probably had other results that were like, oh, that's pretty nice as well. To like on top of that one tournament.
The BLT ban was good. We did a good. You guys, that was pre me. You guys did a good job.
That was pre us, pre you,
pre you, pre me,
pre you,
pre me,
pre you. Yes. Oh, Myopsidus is. They said they had a sub, but I think they brought back in all 4 of their original players. So they're just gonna have to hope they don't have this DC here. And they still have to. We still got a counter pick to come out here from Myopsidus. You run it back? Do you just try Rainmaker Scorch Gorge again? Possibly.
Do they want to?
I don't know. I'm waiting for a counter pick from him. I'm just thinking of like scenarios. You haven't tried Clam Blitz yet. You try that.
Wait, why would you do Rainmaker Scorch Gorge?
Because they were doing good before the DC. And not the second play. I'm just theorizing here, Rush. I'm stalling. This. I'm just. Oh. Okay, what is going on here? Humpback Rainmaker is the counter pick. So that's the. This is where Myopsidus is going to try to make their final stand. As we wait for Splatter Swim now to get one of their final players in here.
You know what's crazy about Rainmaker Humpback? It's
No?
like so fun for Hammer. Like it's so fun. Like we're gonna get more try.
Oh, they're doing Rainmaker again, aren't they? Yeah.
It's gonna be more Trident gaming. Problem, but it's
Lois always counterpicked Rainmaker Humpback in
I
Splatoon
mean
2.
like it's a
That
choice.
and Manta Rainmaker.
Manta
Maybe
Rainmaker.
it could be just be Myopsidus just feels like, okay, we know what they're gonna do. Maybe we can come up with a counter to it. It could also just be a thing of like, let's just get this over with. Let's just let them do Rainmaker for the lulls and then call it a day. Because like, and by the way, I just want to point out this is the players stalling out this one. If anyone complains about the length of the tournament, we're ready. It's not you and me, Brush. We're ready.
I'm falling asleep after this. I don't know.
It's 5:20.
Counter.
This
Demon
tournament's gonna last
Fleet.
4.5 hours. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
It's
Hey,
not that
that's
bad.
how long. That's how long we've gotten day 1 to Low Ink in recent.
Yeah. To some extent, yeah.
To some extent.
Well, I mean, just I think it's a little bit shorter than where we're at
Okay.
right now.
There you go.
Twist stage took just under 2 hours. A top 32 group takes like an hour and a half at most. But come on, guys! All right, it's been.
If only we had an ad read. I mean, like honestly, I've never wanted an ad read more in my life. What a bummer. I can talk about New Inkling.
That already happened.
Yeah,
we can't
but
talk about
what if-
that again.
What if we
Is there
did
another one coming up?
Oh, we haven't announced it yet, but it might happen. Picking a date. You got any suggestions, Pop? Got a good date for a New England land?
No. But hey, here's not an official ad read, but if you're wanting something to watch this upcoming Thanksgiving weekend, Breeze is going on.
That's so true.
I think you can't sign up for it anymore. I don't think. I think they closed registration. It's 6 days from now, obviously. You can't sign up as a team. I think you still go as like a spectator. So there's still, but you can still watch it this weekend, regardless of what you're doing. So support Breeze. We like lands here, obviously, and we got a ton of lands here on the North America side of things. So it's great that there's a big land coming into Europe. So shout out to Breeze. There's an unofficial ad read for that. And we just got confirmation that Vera is back into the lobby. And we're good to go here. Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Whew. What do you get when you add 3 splooshes and a Tri-Slosher Nouveau? Well, we saw
High
it.
championship, probably.
Yeah, we saw it twice already in one map, so trying to do more of the same, I think, is Splatter Swim, though on the back foot the first time around. Certainly a competitive matchup. Got a little bit hasty on the defense, so not wanting to do that again, but gets bailed out by a DC, wins the next one, and gets counter-picked right back to Rainmaker. I mean, Splatter Swim, you gotta be ready. You gotta be feeling confident.
Championship point here for Splat or Swim. Myopsidus DC 2 games in a row. They're hoping to just get through this one. And if they can find a way to get a dub on top of it, that's just the cherry on top. No real exciting changes to comp. Nom Nom's going to use the Carbon Roller this time around with the Inkzuka. And, well, I guess this should be an exciting comp, but it's something you should be expecting from Splat or Swim at this point.
One sploosh down, and Kane's gonna find 2 in retaliation. Don't hurt my friends, says Vera, moving forward themselves with a hammer. And it's Kanan dunking this Rainmaker on the first checkpoint and setting up their push, though. 3 down in the process, so they opt to back up. Not too far. Playing a little bit of Shark.
If Zenith didn't jump. If Zenith didn't jump there, I think Vera gets away with some sort of cheese, but hey, so be it. Regardless, one checkpoint does fall for Splat or Swim, and Myopsidus, well, they got the Rainmaker back to mid. They got, hold on. And Vera does get taken care of. Where are you going with this Rainmaker? Off to the right. It looks like they will clear it. They got some soda in them as well. I don't know if they're going to add to this, but still, a little bit of a window here to do something.
Doggy wants it, and they could insta-jump out with that juice, but instead they're going to let the hammer come at them, and finding the pick, that's vital for Myopsidus. They got a second one coming, and it'll narrowly miss Hayes, but they'll go down anyway to the Rainmaker there. Nico grabbing it. They've only got one opponent up still, and with a path of bombs ahead, 29 points remain, or 29 points remain, yes. For Splat or Swim, a beautiful masterclass in a curling bomb combo.
So in Splatoon 2, the kit you would use Sploosh with is still Hammer, but it had Splat Bomb, and that helps you pop the Rainmaker almost instantly at any time with everybody throwing Splat Bombs at it. This time around, it's Curling Bomb that you got to use. So you still got some popping power, but more interestingly, it just gives you an opportunity to create a lane for the Rainmaker to run at any point. So it's still a different sub, but it still benefits Rainmaker together.
Hey, what's a curling bomb on steroids where it's a fizzy bomb? So basically 4 curling bombs on the side of Splat or Swim with a full charged fizzy. That's difficult to look at. How does Zenith not go down there in the curling bomb? The aggression is crazy from Splat or Swim.
That's just the Zenith difference, I guess. But that's not. That wasn't it right there.
Barra finds a pick with that Rainmaker from a Carbon Roller in their face and some juice and soda in their veins. They're pushing forward and looking for more. Some picks got to come out before they can move forward, so a stall for the time being with Storm overhead.
Well, they don't really have any... They don't have to move forward. They got a pretty decent lead. They can just kind of keep it here and wait for something to open up for them. And by open up for them, I mean lose all their players almost at the same time and maybe give an opportunity for Myopsis to get something going right here. Look how much paint they got to work through, though, just to get back to mid. And, oh, by the way, here comes a Tri-Slosher jumping out of the skies as well. Okay, I was going to say, how do you escape that? And they don't. Can they get some more splats right here? Open up a window for Goggy to move the Rainmaker and get the lead. But here comes those curling bombs have been really annoying. Right in that one spot in particular on the defensive side of things, slowing things down. But Splat or Swim players are going down left and right at this point. Myopsidus has a chance to do something here, and here's an Inkzuka ready to go.
It's all yellow, but somehow there's always a member of Splat or Swim in your face. You have to find a way to deal with the splooshes before you grab the Rainmaker, or you have to deal with them right as they fall, and that's the strategy Myopsidus is employing here, finding 2, but going 2 down themselves, finding the lead through there, but only a couple points. But it doesn't matter how many good pushes you get, it matters you get 1. So that's going to be lead for Splat or Swim, and it means it means Splat or Swim has to find a way through on their own push. 45 seconds remaining.
So here's what's annoying about playing against this comp is that Splat or Swim's going to play like they're losing anyways. Like, you're not going to turtle up with this aggressive comp. You're always going to be trying to push the Rainmaker and push the objective. So now that they got the lead, it's not like they have to, or now that they're losing, it's not like they have to switch gameplay styles. They just got to keep doing what they've been doing and hope that they can get a curling bomb down in the right path with the right window to get the lead right back. They got one more push to do just that. Here comes some Inkzuka shots, forcing Vera to be honest a little bit here until they can drop down along this right side, trying to bait some players into some splat shots right here. And there goes a hammer up top, but 2 players go down. And now Vera's stuck in the rain, trying to just go for it. No way they get lead right here, right? And they don't. Myopsidus holds serve, and they extend the set a little bit longer.
What a dangerous play to move in there. You think you see an opportunity, and you don't really know till you've tried it. And try it they do, and get an extra point, but not the 3 they needed. Myopsidus, they're on the board now. And Splatter Swim gets the counter pick.
And Splatter Swim gets the counter pick for the rest of the tournament, whether it's the next game or if this extends all the way out. The bad news is, for those of you who like the comp that you just saw, for best of 7, the rule is you can't go back to a map you've already won on, or the most recent mode you've won on. Technically, the most recent mode Splatter Swim won on was Rainmaker. So Rainmaker is now perma-banned for the rest of the set. Everything else can still be picked, but no more Triton shenanigans going to be coming out in this tournament.
They can go back to zones, which they won the first 2 games of. So there's an option. It's just, part of me feels like when you've spent 2 games over the course of literally like 25 minutes because of DCs, when you spent 2 games retraining your brain for hyper-aggression, all of a sudden the slow-paced lockout we saw in those first 2 games, it feels like a code switch that you don't want to have to do. I wonder if the middle ground, sort of an aggressive lockout of Clan Blitz, is where you move to if you're Splatter Swim.
No, you go to Zones Museum, which I believe is what they're picking. Yeah, it is. They are picking that. So, yeah, Zones Museum. Like you've already won on 2 zone maps, so you can't go back to them. But you can, Museum seems like the next best choice for that one. Maybe they could Gentleman to Hagglefish. That's happened twice already. Myopsidus wouldn't be opposed to that either. They've won on Hagglefish before. But regardless, they are going to Museum to try to close out this tournament right now so that I guess more players can go get food and the others can go to bed. And most importantly, I mean, okay, let me strike that. Most importantly, Myopsidus won. That's all that matters for them. But the second factor that they should feel good about is that they didn't DC the entire time. Because if they DC at any point, the tournament's over. They already used a replay. And I'll be Captain Hardass if I have to and not allow a gentleman, just because this is the set's been dragging on. So it's good that they can know, okay, whatever shenanigans was happening in that 3rd game seems to be cleared up internet-wise, and we can just play out this set.
So there's the transition. Once again, Splatter Swim at champion point. Myopsidus. What? No. What? Championship point?
No, what are they doing?
Oh. Whoa. What are they doing?
I don't know. That's a Vanilla Junior, a C Junior. I don't know who's flanking around that right side. The bathtub was flanking. They got eliminated. And you got an X-Splosh to go on top of all of this. Maybe Splatter Swim isn't as motivated as I thought to close out this tournament in Game 5. Or this is just the other specific comp for this map and mode that they realize is like the next big thing.
You know, under the assumption here that it is a little screwy, they feel confident enough to play it, but it's a little bit joking. It's a dangerous game to play. You just actually lost against something that you as a team think is like the crown jewel. It's the Trident. So it's a dangerous game to play as 30 ticks tick down on the side of Myopsidus. And then it didn't.
Hey, it's their game to play though. They're currently leading in the set. They have the right to do whatever they want, and they can still win this. Honestly, I don't think this is. Well, I mean, I'm not convinced this is like the full-on. This is what we believe is the best comp for this kind of situation. But they still have the skill level and can find the way to make this comp work together. What is that? That is it double rain? X-Splosh has rain. Does the blob have rain as well? Yeah, so it's double rain, wave breaker, and bubbler. Obviously, the premier specials for this mode.
I mean, honestly, painting this map this zone is so hard. I kind of don't dislike the rain.
I'm sitting here trying to make this work in my head. Okay, so double rain across zone. rain down some blobs on one side, X-Splosh on the other side. You're basically just got so much chip damage going along. Throw a wave break, they also got to find a way to jump over it.
Double junior paint, like, it's double bomb. Look at Zenith playing Slayer Junior. Like, it's...
Well, you have to.
Yeah, but, like, you find lead here. You're halfway through the game. It's back and forth, but, like, I'm here in awe. And this is fun to watch for the first time.
Oh, okay, it's fun to watch, but also it's like, yeah, this isn't even my final form yet, is what's clearly going on here. Zenith trying to stay alive. Myopsidus is starting to realize, wait a minute, let's just go up to your flat and just fight you 1-1, because we got the advantage on that. Let's force you to use your specials on your own plat and not zone, which is what they're doing, forcing rain on top of over there. Now they're starting to drop down on the left side as Myopsidus gets control of lead, and the longer this game goes on, the more it sinks into my mind, why the hell am I even commentating this? But here we are, as Nom Nom gets a nice flat on top of that, and Myopsidus is looking like in a good situation to try to get the KO here.
They're finding a trade, but that's not staying alive, so now just 2 players and respawns coming out to try to hold on. Called out is Kanan. 5 ticks remain with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. The zone will find a neutral in the 2v2 on the field, but you gotta find paint across the zone.
No, they're gonna flip it.
You're struggling. There's the wave breaker forcing players back. Hayes doing everything they can to keep paint down. The Zuka's online, they pop it. That leaves extra room for paint to go down, but it's not enough yet. Popkin, I can't keep up this tone of voice.
Okay.
They end it.
Okay, how does Splatter Swim not cap right there? Was Hayes, they must have a player on the opposite side, but you got as goofy as their comp is, you got a crap ton of paint on it. How is that not enough to cap the zone? But regardless,
it's just naps. That zone is so hard to cap, Popgun. I can't communicate to you as a junior how difficult it is to get paint on that zone. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's what doesn't make sense. Not the blob explode double junior comp. That's not what
I'm a junior supporter, and I think the other 2 players just played along, you know.
Okay, so there we go. Myopsidus won 2 games in a row. And you're making, look, Splatter Swim can play anything they want, and it's up to Myopsidus to do something about it. Well, they did something about it in that game, and now they got a 2-game win streak. And now, kid, I don't think Splatter Swim really cares, because I think, okay, we got 2 games. We can win pretty much at any point that we want. That's the mentality they're going with. But if you're Myopsidus, you got to be thinking, hey, this window's opening up for us. Now we just got to win 2 games, and it's over. And we're going to zones on Barnacle. Is the other pick that they're coming out here. So that's 4 of the 5 Splat Zone maps rearing their ugly heads into this tournament here. And if you're Splatter Swim, you need to win this one. You don't need to flirt with fire any longer, because you're gonna get burned.
Popka, doesn't this counter pick format, isn't it supposed to discourage playing only Splat Zones? Isn't that the point of this?
No, because it's with best of 7, you have no choice but to do this.
No.
There was a Proving Ground Splat World Championship qualifier we did earlier this year, which didn't have any restrictions on it at all. And it went to a Game 7 in the EU side of the bracket, and every single game was counterpicked as Splat Zone.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
But I mean, they keep losing on it, and they're allowed to keep picking it. Although they won 2 Splat Zone games. They're up 2-1 in the category Splat Zones. And that looks a little bit more, hey, let's put this tournament to bed kind of comp coming out here from Splatter Swim.
Hoping to keep up the momentum. On the other hand, that's Myopsidus. 2 wins back-to-back. One of them on a counter pick they didn't choose, so now Cap going to them first and some soda in their veins. They're looking to be for some hyperactivity here, pushing forward and taking some space. But wow, Splatter Swim doing a great job keeping them at bay.
That is the first player to get splatted, I believe, and it took about 30 seconds for it to happen, and it took an Inkzuka to do just that. As now Splatter Swim starting to put their foot on the gas pedal and start to push up, saying, okay, we've been playing with our food, now it's time to strike. Let's take care of business here.
Zenith gonna go down, but Vera on the other side doing a good job holding space. Now Vera goes down himself, so a little bit of a dogfight here in mid, but specials online for both ends, and someone's gotta take command. So Splatter Swim holds onto the zone with 50 ticks left. To a little bit of a neutral, but their points are still ticking, unless they're not.
You know, someone has to win the game. That is a fact. And right now, it's looking pretty strong in Splatter Swim's favor. And as soon as I say that, Yagi gets a very nice splat on a carbon roller falling down. Tort doesn't get that splat, though. It tickles that player, but not enough for them to go down and ultimately get splatted themselves. So, Myopsidus barely hold control of the zone. Look at how much. They got 96 with 6 penalty points remaining, and it's been about a minute and a half. They haven't really accomplished much on the scoreboard. Their goal right now is just staying in this one.
Not wanting to paint the ground behind them and jeopardize valuable time pushing up is Splatter Swim, so Pink surrounds the zone here. Court looking to find a way in, pops that storm, and picks go down.
Did it just freeze for you?
It did just freeze for me. I've got audio.
Oh,
Connection unstable. It's our streamer's internet. We're good. Everything's okay.
Good. It says connection's unstable. That seems like anything but good. Okay, I think we're back now, giving you the overhead view. We are seeing the game. And now, I believe we're still live, so we're just going to keep talking like we are still live. Right now, Myopsidus has control of the zone, and they are just going to lose it unless they don't. Okay, so yeah, they got control of the zone. Tort is staying alive and doing a fantastic job here. They can't cap the zone back into their favor. Finally, they do. All the penalty points are gone. And sneakily here, if they can get a few more splats, Myopsidus is going to have lead here with about 2 minutes left to go.
10 ticks till that point, and 2 minutes remain, as you called out. 2 more picks coming out on the side of Myopsidus as lead is going to flip over. Splatter Swim can't find a way in, even with Sugar Rush going on. The Blob looking to do some poking. Tort staying out of range of that, not wanting any of it. 20 ticks remain now in a 4v3. Splatter Swim can't find a way in, even with this Zuka.
This is getting really, really insane right now. Are you kidding me? Is Myopsidus going to win this game? If they get some splats in the zone right now, they win this game in particular. It's flipped back to their favor. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. Splatter Swim that basically had this tournament done. They had this tournament done. Myopsidus couldn't even get out of game 3 with 3 players. And then all of a sudden, Myopsidus, who was losing deep into that game 4, they were so close to getting swept, are about to pull off one of the dumbest reverse sweeps of all time.
Icarus.
Really?
A little too close to the sun. That's Splatter Swim. It's a dangerous game they played. And it's still their counter pick, Pop Gun.
Oh my. So here we are. Game 7. The 5th Splat Zone map is on the table if you want to go to that.
Or always a gentleman's haggle.
Gentleman, the haggle. Handshake, fist bump, hug to Hagglefish zones. Regardless, Splatter Swim has made this, well, both teams have made this an interesting set. And PC Hagglefish is the call.
We'll get the haggle.
So, Hagglefish, they went with the actual legal map mode, which is Tower Control Hagglefish, to close out this set.
Pop Gun.
Oh boy.
How often in a game 7 of a best of 7 do we not have anything to say about teams' performance on that mode? We haven't seen these two teams play Tower. Like,
They didn't? What was game 2?
Oh wait, of this set?
Yeah.
Zones. Zones,
zones, Rainmaker, zones.
Yeah. We
That's
haven't
right.
seen anything.
Okay, so here we go. Splatter Swim. Oh my gosh. I can't believe what's going to happen if Myopsidus wins this one.
Well,
I can't
yell too loud, so...
No, you can't yell too loud. That is true. Here we go. Potential game 5. By the way, keep in mind, this is still a narrative. If Myopsidus DCs, they're done. Unless they can just pull off a miracle, because they're not getting a replay. So they have to stay all the way through here. But despite all odds, there is a Game 7 here in High Ink 3, literally out of nowhere. Myopsidus trying to pull off in the reverse sweep before the ages. And now we're seeing the no-nonsense comp of Triple Zuka Soda coming out from the side of Splatter Swim.
Someone is getting grumpy. Splatter Swim not wanting anything of it. And Tower is going to be the first objective here, of course. Specials coming online, looking to take control of mid. Soda in the veins of Nico, looking to do some poking with that pencil. Wow, so far even. So far nothing's happened. We're 30 seconds in.
Nobody's even gotten splatted at this point. I wonder if nerves are starting to take place here. Like, if you're Splatter Swim, all the confidence that you had has to be slipping away. Now, I don't care who you are. If you're losing 3 straight and now you're getting 2 players down at the beginning, you've got to be having your confidence rattled at this point. But you still find ways to make some plays here. Kata gets a very nice splat along that right side, but Torque gets some revenge. However, I don't think they're going to clear that first checkpoint. Torque, being the last player left alive, has to retreat. And, well, the opening minute goes to Myopsidus, but they don't get a lot done on the scoreboard to show for it.
A little bit less paint on their side, the pencil having to pick up some of that painting slack for Splatter Swim, but we've seen them push back into mid and take control, so that's what they're looking to do here. But Nom Nom no longer on the wiper we've seen basically all day from them. This machine is treating them so nicely as they get 2 picks there in mid and start a push of their own again.
Oh, that pencil can do a good job of shutting things down. There's one Zuka. They dodged the Zuka, but this pencil could get into a situation, maybe save that checkpoint. I don't think they can even get close to it. I think Myopsis is doing a good job of body blocking those players and keeping them back. First checkpoint falls. They're in danger of clearing the second one as well. One more player goes down for the side of Splatter Swim. Twort trying to attack the right side up top here as more action is going on right on top of the tower. It looks like Splatter Swim has shut things down for now, but still a much better push from Myopsidus, who's been in control of everything for the first 2 minutes. Splatter Swim yet to score a single point up on the board.
1 checkpoint down and as many points as they could get before the next one. Myopsidus in a great spot here early. So Kanan looking to get some retaliation. Pops that, and Zuka doesn't find anything with it and dancing around, not wanting to go down to anything. And there's a Trizuka in their face. Hayes showing who's boss, but somehow their team's going to end up 2 down. Splatter Swim in a good position to keep moving.
And we're just now crossing the halfway chart. If you're Splatter Swim, this checkpoint has to absolutely fall, and they get it basically with ease. And you got to get lead right here. This is a perfect opportunity for them to do just that. Maybe find a way to clear that second checkpoint. They got a huge man advantage right now as Nico gets back onto the tower. Because it's a Zuka party. It's like a challenge mode all of a sudden, and everybody's going down from the side of Myopsis. The second checkpoint finally falls, and this is where Splatter Swim finally wakes up after the debacle that has been the past 3 games.
Zenith hungry for a 3rd pick, but it's going to be the roller finding it. Now just Tort online off of the respawn. Desperately trying to defend that tower. They're going to go down now. A 2v1 situation in favor of Splatter Swim. The 3rd checkpoint falls. The tower moves ahead. Trizuka online. Splatter Swim says no to the reverse sweep. And they're your High Ink 3 champions.
Oh my goodness. That was way more difficult than it probably needed to be. But hats off to Myopsidus. How much adversity did they just face in that set? It's getting late for them in Europe. Their internet is falling apart. They're losing game after game. To bounce back, despite all that, and force a game 7 is nothing but miraculous for them. But Splatter Swim dodges a huge bullet right there and wins this tournament. And they can say they are High Ink 3 champions by hook or by crook.
Hook or by crook?
Oh, man. That was way more exciting than it had any right to be.
No, and I mean, there's a moment, right, after you play something a little bit fun where you're like, okay, let's do this thing, guys. Let's bounce, let's put it to bed, and all of a sudden you can't get the zone painted. I mean, what a performance from Myopsidus, taking advantage of that weak spot and keeping that momentum going for at least 3 more minutes.
I'm sorry. This High Ink is going to be remembered as Splatterswin winning this one. But if they had somehow found a way to lose that would have been an all-time IPL moment if they lost that game 7. Oh, so look, they win. Hats off to them. And thank you for everybody that played in this one. Honestly, we threw this together last minute, like very last minute, like 3 weeks. Usually JPEG takes months to create these things. And honestly, we didn't do a lot of things that you would typically see in a high ink. A lot of production stuff, a lot of like promos that we do. Right. So this was a little bit scuffed, but I gotta say this was fun. This was more fun than it had any right to be. And that's shout out to our players and our teams and the high ink / low ink community /low ink community we've built up for so long.
I want to add to that for sure. I think that's in large part our low ink staff who keep up with us throwing shit at them, saying there's no way we're doing high ink this month. And then what do you know? Now we need their help to throw it together. So it takes an army, even when it's scuffed in last minute and 3 weeks of prep. But Popgun, I feel like a low ink is on the horizon in December.
I'm not doing anything. I'm taking this week off. That's after that. All right, we got through this weekend. Thank you guys for watching, playing in it. You can find Brush is locked in his dorm room for being too loud, and you can find me hanging out with my family. If you'd like to, wrong stream. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for these events, Ho and Hero, Brush, myself, our lovely talented streamer, Ink Fair, whose connection is stable right now. Can we just point out how you were like, oh, this is fine, when it literally was flashing on the screen. Nothing is fine right now. Regardless, we got into this one. Thank you for watching, participating in this. There'll maybe be a high ink 4 at some point, but enjoy Thanksgiving, enjoy Breeze. We'll see you guys later. Good night.
Good night.